Well, hey, welcome to the show before the show. I'm your host, Patrick Marlette, your local game guy, and today I'm joined by the crew of On the Play. In my left hand, we have Drew. In my right hand, we have Jackson. Hey, guys.
Hey, how you
Hello.
doing?
I'm really good today. How are you two?
I'm great.
Awesome.
We're
Yeah,
talking
we've
about
been,
sorcery, so I'm good.
yeah, dude, we've just been chilling off camera. It's been nice. But yeah, we're going to chill a little bit on camera, and obviously, I'm going to toss the ball to them to let them let you know who they are, what they do. Pretend that the world doesn't know anything about On the Play. Who are you guys, and what do you do here?
Yeah, well, my name is Drew. I am one half of On the Play. We we've uh we've been playing sorcery together for how many months, Jackson?
Since July, mid-July, late July?
Yeah, I'd say so. We've grown a really good friendship over the game, and yeah, we've just been having a ton of fun making content, um, putting it out there for the world to see and get a better understanding of this game that we love, sorcery, and trying to get more over to playing the game with us. So yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, I'm Jackson. I'm the better half of On the Play, and
agreed.
like Drew said, we've been playing since about late July. We met through the game, realized we live really close to each other, and then the YouTube channel followed shortly after. And so we just like filming, talking sorcery, trying to take our decks to a competitive level, and then trying it against other people.
Nice. So yeah, on that note, we can talk about that really briefly before we begin. And guys, if you haven't guessed, the hyperlink in the title of this video, you can actually click on. So if you want to check out On the Play's channel, highly encourage you to do that. They have a lot of good pre-recorded content. The quality is amazing. Please check it out, especially if you want to better your own gameplay. But on that note, I know a lot of guys locally here have come over from Fab, and I think there's this mindset that the game is more casual because of its variance. But if that were true, I'd lose more often. No, if that were true, I mean, it's interesting because I think there are things that work just like any other game. Like there's a problem and you're solving it. You know, there's a puzzle that the game designers put in your hands, and how do you handle that puzzle? And I think there are some people that would rather take it competitively and more that would take it casually. But on that note, how has your competitive experience with this game been, and do you feel like it can be competitive?
Yeah, Jackson, you can take that.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely think it could be competitive. I've never played Fab, so it's hard for me to judge those kind of players' perspective coming over. But I do come from Magic and especially competitive Commander. So when people talk about variance, especially with the rarity and the way that works in Sorcery, if you don't know, the ordinaries you could play four of in a deck, exceptional three, elite two, unique one. So that's a deck building restriction that incorporates variance from the get go, right? But again, coming from competitive commander and playing that, like variance is just a part of the game, and playing strategically around that variance, deck building to try to
Mitigate the
either
variance.
utilize or mitigate that variance, like that's just something I'm pretty familiar with already. And then building out the board, creating a board state that works in your favor and against the other opponent
Mm-hmm.
tends to mitigate variance in that way too, because if I need to play a long game, I can play my sites defensively and force a long game.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just a lot of things you can do in sorcery to mitigate that variance, and the best players are doing that in every game.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Drew, you seem to share the sentiment.
Absolutely, yeah, completely agree. I mean, we Jackson and I think when we met, we kind of it was an unspoken bond that we were both very competitive players. We did not like losing. Some people shown that more than others, but and that would definitely be Jackson. But
Sure.
and yeah, we wouldn't personally for me, and I know for Jackson, we wouldn't be playing this game if we didn't feel like it could be competitive. We
Yeah.
love brewing decks and feeling like these decks are our own, and playing locally. Luckily, we have a scene here that have some local players. We're out in Texas, and yeah, the community's been great. So I truly feel that this game can be competitive.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like when you play with random people in a multiplayer format, the games can skew towards casual because everyone has a different opinion of what is competitive. And despite despite there being a lot of resources out there, I think that the playing field isn't always level. And when it comes to Magic, there's a lot more variance because there's a reserve list and there are cards that are just inaccessible for some people. So when you look at tournament results, that blue farm might not have been using True Duels, or it might have been missing a Mox Diamond, or things that help propel that deck forward. Sorcery right now, playing field's pretty level. It's funny, some of the cards that cost a good deal of money, I would even say are essential in most instances. Like Philosopher's Stone, I'm really not that high on. I don't really brew with it. The cores, all over them now. The mixes, you don't really need a playset in a deck, which would be 2. And as it stands, like you were saying, because there's kinetic action to this game, there are 2 games really going on, right? So there's the chest, like your placement and the movement of your pawns, and then there's the obvious game with cards and effects, right? So your sites have effects, the body of your spellbook has effects, and you can mitigate a lot of your issues by just packing the right cards in your decks. So, and I totally agree with that. I don't really, I don't know. There are games. I have a bunch of board games behind me that I play casually with friends, or I'll break out and I'll educate people on. Like, you should really try Takenoko. It's a fantastic game, and I'll teach people how to play it. And I don't game that game as much as I do my TCGs because that's part of the fun of it, right? Matching your wits against someone else. So, but yeah, that's my interest in this game as well, guys. If you enjoy Sorcery, feel free to leave this video with a like. It goes a long way. I trust me, it does help these. It's cool that for some reason Apple thinks that my webcam here is like an official. You'll see in a second. There you go. It does these like. It does these little emotes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, cool is one way of saying it, but when you do this, it usually does a thumbs up.
When it works.
When it works, it's really, there you go. At any rate, yeah, it does go a long way in helping this channel. Why don't we get to the meat and potatoes of this particular video, though? Waveshaper. It's in the title. It's what we're discussing today. I just want to go over some of our thoughts on this card before we get into the actual brew. But Waveshaper is one of those, we can actually bring it up for you guys. It's a really interesting avatar for this game. It's one of the new beta avatars. You can buy a starter set for this game, and there's 4 avatars that come in it: Flamecaller, Geomancer, Spark Mage, and Waveshaper. So I had the pleasure of pack one pick 2ing this avatar. I figured, no one outside of the guy next to me would have known that I grabbed this, and I'm just gonna draft mono blue, see what happens. And I was like floored by how good this avatar is in a mono water setting. Not to say that's where we're going with this build today, but the effect on this card, the top effect's the same as any other avatar. You can play or draw a site, but the bottom effect, tap, flood a site near your body of water until you do so again. Tap minions without submerge there. They do not untap next time they would. So this is your minions, your opponent's minions, so obviously it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but if you build right and you tap correctly, you should be able to lock a lot of stuff out of the game, or up until you want to remove it. So I don't know if you guys have any experience with this avatar yourselves, whether playing it or playing against it, but what are your general thoughts on Waveshaper and the direction you think we should go? Again, not to lead the witness here, it does feel like a mono water deck, but where do you guys want to take it?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would love to see it. Maybe we could brew something today, not being mono water, but I do see it as a more mono water card. But there's definitely a couple things going on with the card. Like the first sentence is separate from the second sentence, and so flooding a site and it's staying flooded until you do it again. Its second ability about tapping minions, that's until they don't untap during the next time that they would. So you can still keep that site flooded until you do it again. So those are separate. And you have to remember that when we're deck building, that we can take advantage of keeping something flooded if we need to for an extended period of time. Yeah, I don't know, Jackson, what else did you think?
I love this card. I think it's really interesting. I think the art's gorgeous, and that often makes me want to brew something by itself. Even though I'm competitive, sometimes I
Oh
just see
no.
the art and I'm like, all right, let's see how far I could push this thing.
I totally get
Um,
that. I
yeah,
100%
like,
understand that, especially with Magic, man. When they reprint like one of your favorite legends, you're like, oh shit, I gotta build that now.
yeah, right.
Well, Patrick,
So,
what was the first deck you ever built when you played Sorcery?
Sorcery, I'm not gonna lie. I looked at this. I mean, I looked at the avatars and I said to myself, okay, Avatar of Earth seems good. I
Yeah.
think Elementalist could probably be cracked. I still have yet to approach that deck, and maybe that's something we can do in the future. But I really think that there's something to be said about having one of each affinity from the get go. It just seems, just splash whatever the hell you want that has one affinity, right? And then maybe go monocolor. But the deck I started with was Battle Mage, only because historically, from playing other card games, card draw is pretty nasty. And I made I think it was Fire Air version of the Battle Mage. Well, let me click on it for some reason right now. But
And while you
Battle
pull that up,
Mage,
the reason why I asked that was because, like, for me, and what Jackson was saying, the visuals of the card made me choose the deck that I was going to build. Blue has so many pretty looking cards that
yeah,
it just
yeah.
kind of forced me to play mono water.
I
Oh,
get that.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Battle Mage. Like secondarily, it looks amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was also fun, like the concept of having this beater on board that you start
Mhm.
with, and you don't need to consider minions as highly because you have a 3-drop. So nowadays I play Air Earth with a lot of heal effects because it's gonna get down and dirty with Battle Mage, and you just want to heal them up. But no,
Yeah.
I totally agree with the sentiment of art dictating a lot of the deck building decisions. I certainly art by in Magic, and fortunately, a lot of the same artists are in this game, so we're not wanting for options when it comes to good art. But yeah, Waveshaper will one get a lot of great art, but two, we could potentially splash it, but we need a good reason to do so. And maybe we can
True.
discuss before we get into this build which direction we want to go. Before all that, I guess we could just officially get out of the show before the show territory. Guys, welcome to Local Game Group. Again, my name is Patrick Marlette. I'm joined by Drew and Jackson of On the Play. We are officially starting our Waveshaper build now. Of course, when this releases as a VOD, we would love to see your own deck build, so feel free to leave them in the comments after this video. The whole point of doing these lives is so that we can collectively build a better, more competitive deck together. That's sort of the lens we're looking at this with. So if you want to build a Waveshaper, just take this as a blueprint. This is not set in stone. You can build this however you like. But on that note, I don't know what colors, or rather what element this would care about outside of water. I think air offers some advantages with mobility and has one of the best cantrips in the game with Blink. I think earth offers really good tutors, right? So search your deck effects, specifically common sense. It's usually good at helping you find utilities mid to late game to help with removal, or perhaps, like I was saying, advantage with mobility. And there are plenty of really good mobility cards that are ordinary in water. So fire, I don't know. Fire and water, quite opposites. I don't know if we necessarily want fire here. There's a lot of damage effects, and there's also mobility there by way of movement plus. But what do you guys lean towards if we did include any other element?
Well, I think too, like, one of the first questions we would want to answer is, okay, we've used the Wave Shaper's ability. What do we want to do with that time that we've been allotted while there's something that's tapped? Like, do we want to
Right.
be an aggro deck? Do we want to be control and just be an obnoxious deck? So I really kind of think, what direction do we go there? How do you see, Jackson, like, this playing out? Do you want to try it to be more aggro? Do you want it to be more control or mid range? What were you thinking?
to me, Waveshaper screams tempo.
Mm.
So somewhere between aggro and mid range. Just the ability to, I mean, for those who don't know, water, a lot of their strongest cards are water bound. And so they really only work when they're in the water. So Waveshaper tapping, flooding an opponent's site, and then tapping all their minions down there does two things for you. It extends your body of water, lets you start pushing and turning that corner into more aggression and actually hitting your opponent's sites. And it also taps any potential blocker that's there, and it
Mm-hmm.
keeps it tapped for a turn cycle. So that just, it screams tempo to me. I think you go relatively low mana curve, and the things you play, you want them to hit as hard as you can, and you kind of want to rely on that ability to consistently hit them. And yeah, so
Yeah.
if it was up to me, I think it's a tempo deck. So sort of aggro, sort of mid range, and the spells you do play that aren't directly aggressive are covering a weakness or maybe ramping up that aggression in some kind of other way.
I agree with
So
that. I would say like
yeah,
I feel like the average curve of most decks can easily fall around 4 to 5 if you're not going to play bombs in the deck. Maybe you go up to 6 because in a lot of instances, if you guys haven't played this game before, you start with 3 sites and you start with 3 spells from your spell book. And it's not often that by turn 5 you will have 5 sites. You know, you might get mana from other resources that'll help you play out your curve, generally a core, but there are like traditional dorks in this game. I think that if we kept the curve low so that we can get the sites necessary online and then just use Waveshaper to start locking things out and of course spreading our body of water, I think that's definitely crucial. But more important is this question. Jackson, Drew, I'll let you tackle one of these. I need someone to give me an adjective and someone to give me a noun.
I'll give you the noun bucket.
Okay. Bucket?
bucket.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jackson, what you
Okay.
got for me? It's a tough one, I know.
The first one that comes to mind is powerful.
Powerful.
I don't.
Bucket?
Powerful
What
bucket.
about Dr. Jiggle's greasy bucket?
Was it greasy?
I don't know.
Oh, the chum bucket. Greasy chum bucket.
Yeah,
The chum bucket's
Maybe that's what I was
great.
thinking. Hell yeah.
Greasy.
Oh, sorry.
Greasy chum bucket. Let's just go with that. I'll add my own word to the mix here. All right, so it's public. I'll leave a link to you guys. Here you go.
Dr. Jiggle's greasy chum is what the. That's
Oh.
funny.
So this guys is going to be in the top link in the description. If you want to refresh your page so you can follow along with the deck build, please, I encourage you to do so. And of course, just so you know, I didn't illustrate it or highlight it earlier. It is, however, in the title of this video. We will be playtesting this deck in just a few moments on Tabletop Simulators, so do hang out till the end to see how the Greasy Chum Bucket comes together. And make sure you add the H there as well.
Oh
Victoria
my
says,
god.
good afternoon. Hey, I know these guys. That Battle Mage video from yesterday was bonkers. Gave away your advantage, though. Now we expect the teleport beatdown plan. You know what? I don't actually use teleport in my own build, but I've been trying to find a way to slot it in. I would love to see some Battle Mage on Battle Mage violence, though. But not
Absolutely.
today. Not today.
Appreciate the comment, Victoria.
I'll tell y'all that even if you know the teleport's coming, it's really hard to do anything about it unless you're very low to the ground in that mana curve.
Seriously.
Because that's turn 2 potentially, and now they're on top of you.
Right. Yeah. And maybe you have a dodge roll. Who knows? We might. We might have dodge roll. So we can start, I suppose, by I like to look at the spell book before I look at the atlas. I just think it makes sense to see what we're playing with before we start building out our site base. And I suppose we can start just in water to begin with, put what we feel are essentials to the deck in, and then see if there's room to splash anything else. Does that seem fair?
Absolutely.
Start with a strong core. I think that makes sense.
All right, so what are some cards you feel are essential to water, or at least essential to this strategy? If we wanted to play tempo, are there any auras? I guess we can just narrow it down because there's only so few auras. Are there any auras you feel like we should definitely incorporate in this build?
If we're going down the tempo path, I don't really think anything here, like, I don't think we benefit from anything in the auras. Atlania Fate might be the only one that I would say is still worth running. As a unique, it's only one slot. Sorcery decks can often afford kind of flex slots like that, and Atlantean Fate can do a lot for it. Turns off threshold for non-ordinary sites, which a lot of people are playing. Almost every deck in the meta is multi-element right now, and so you can lock them out of their mana. And those sites that the non-ordinary sites are flooded, they lose their threshold and all other abilities, and then it submerges everything there. We're already encouraged to play Submerge with Waveshaper because if you tap down a site, taps everything there without Submerge. So you're encouraged to play Submerge, so this won't affect a lot of the minions that we might end up playing. And it's a powerful card. So this is the only one I would really consider in the tempo deck, and I could totally see at the end of the deck building cutting it for something else. But if we were looking at auras, this is the one I would think of.
I can agree with that. It's a one of in the deck, so it's not, harmful if we don't see it. Great if we do see it. Mariner's Curse I tend to like, but only if you're using any sort of minion movement effects. Like no one's going to willingly walk into Mariner's Curse. You need to be playing for it. And I think with Waveshaper's effect of flooding sites, it does give you a water site. So I don't know, could be cute, but it's something we can potentially look at later if it's something we want to incorporate. I don't know if you have any feelings on any of these auras, Drew.
No, I would probably maybe board Mariner's Curse, just depending on the direction that we go. If we do want this to be a more tempo deck, maybe keep that just in the maybe board in case the deck develops into something else. But yeah, I like Fate for sure in the deck.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's that last line on Mariner's Curse that's arguably the best part. The fact that it returns to your hand after it does the thing. So you can leverage this as a piece of removal multiple times over during the course of the game. So actually, I quite like the aura itself. All right, we can go ahead and look at some magics. Why not? I think this is the next smallest pool of cards in water to consider. Dodge roll is right there. And I don't know, it's cute. I kind of value it. It doesn't, I don't know if it's really meaningful play here, but it's an effective way to keep a minion alive in some instances. There's also a mobility to it. I think the tail end of this effect, just placing your ally in another spot for the next turn, is actually pretty advantageous in a lot of cases, especially if you don't have like a blink in the deck. But is it too
And for those that don't know, this is the only card in the game that you can play on your opponent's turn.
Correct.
Because if you look, there's no cost associated to it. You do have to meet the double water threshold. That is a requirement. But because it doesn't cost anything to play, you do have the ability to play it on your opponent's turn. Because in sorcery, your mana is generated at the beginning of your turn. And then at the end of your turn, it essentially goes away. So you're not able to use it on your opponent's turn. However, if this card for some reason was modified and like everything cost 1 extra, let's say the cost of this card did end up costing 1 for some other effect on the board, you would not be able to play it on your opponent's turn. So that's one potential downside. I don't think there's a lot of ways to do that right now in sorcery, but that is something. Maddening bells, yes, exactly. Yep.
It taxes your opponent if it's close to them.
Yeah,
and that's a pretty
got to like a stacks piece right now. Sorcery.
Yeah. And that's a pretty competitive card. There are some competitive decks. It depends on if we want to take this deck to be more competitive. I think the three of us here are more competitive. So I would say dodge roll is probably a no, in my opinion. But yeah, I'll leave that up to the group. Yeah, maybe board. There you go. Yeah, it sounds like Patrick likes the dodge roll.
I do.
Yeah.
It's it doesn't cantrip, it doesn't replace itself again like a blink would, but in certain instances where you don't have the airborne creature or you just lack the mobility, I like the repositioning more than anything. But it's a 2-for-1. Like, you get to move adjacent and you get to avoid an impending attack that might just kill you. So
are we building a sideboard in this, or is this going to be straight like best of one?
We can do
And the reason why I ask too is because like cards like this may benefit from being in the sideboard, because cards like this are also, you're building a deck in anticipation of what an opponent may be doing. And like, what if you're playing against a magic heavy deck that doesn't run minions? Like, this is kind of a dead card in your hand, or late game where you're trying to turn the corner and you top deck a dodge roll. Like, how beneficial is that for you? So the more, it's an exceptional rarity, so you can have up to 3 in your deck. If you were to put 3 in your deck, the odds of you getting it early are higher, and the odds of you, if you haven't drawn it, are obviously higher late game. So do you want that late mid game in a tempo deck? I'm not really sure.
Yeah. If anything, I would see 2 of them in the deck, and at most right now, none. I think we need to see what the rest of this build actually looks like. I think Drown is the equivalent of Berry for water decks, and as we all know, Berry's great. I think that this is mainlineable as an effect. I think we could probably start with 2 and go from there. Is that fair? I mean, we're flooding sites, so we're able to make this submerge a minion or artifact at will in a lot of instances. So
we could just look at the card itself and then worry about quantities later once we get our pool of cards, and then kind of construct it from
adjust
there.
numbers there. Yeah, I'll put
Yeah.
1 in the main board, and then we can adjust from there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of these we can go through pretty quickly. Extinguish is Banish All Fire minions. Again, speaking about cards that
Sideboard.
are niche. Yeah, this is very much a sideboard utility, if anything. We don't have the sideboard built out yet, but I'll just put it on the main board for now, and we can shift things to the sideboard as we see fit, unless you think it just belongs in the sideboard. Would you ever mainline, or would you ever want to side in Extinguish? I guess it just depends on how your first round went with that Flame Caller.
Yeah.
I don't think I would right now. I find it hard to justify this one. It's so niche.
High cost.
Yeah, I don't
high
know.
Threshold.
Yeah, just from experience, I don't know. I have seen people do interesting things with the fire equivalent, because what is it? It destroys everything on a water site, right? Like there's a fire
Boil?
version of this. Yeah, boil. So people will like flood forward and then boil the sites they flooded forward to kill the enemy stuff there because it's on top of a water site. So I think boil is a little more interesting than extinguish. This one seems even more niche.
I'm not sure what card Victoria was talking about, but she's
on the dodge
wanting
roll
it to be a
train.
sideboard. Oh, okay.
On the dodge roll train. I think I saw that comment.
Yeah.
We'll move it over later, though. I guess I'm considering myself a sideboard after we consider our main board, but anything that we do like, I'll just throw in the maybe board for now. Fire Harpoons is an interesting cantrip. Deals 1 damage to target minion above or below an adjacent water site and pulls it to the caster's location. Draw a card. So obviously, we only have 1 spellcaster right now.
Yeah.
Replacing this card in your hand with another is great. I don't know how I feel about this card generally, though.
I think in Waveshaper, because your avatar is not that mobile, and because there aren't really good spellcasters in water, except for maybe the elite one that can bring its second copy out from the deck or the graveyard.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that card is probably the best spellcaster in Magic or in water right now. And I don't think you want to like play that just to make this card playable, right? So I think this is a skip. Although it is really interesting in other versions of different water decks, I don't think it quite lines up with what Waveshaper wants to be doing.
Yeah, do you think we'll be playing the Shark?
I feel like we might be playing the Shark.
The Shark is really good. It's definitely worth considering. This is still just so hard to pull things with because it needs to be an adjacent water site, so it's not like Riptide. The target you have to pull has to already be in your water, and then you have to be adjacent to it. And so if you're only using this off your avatar, it's really difficult. And if they know you have it, they can just stay nearby and hit the other sites. There's another card that we'll see later that does something very similar to this, and whether you're playing the Shark or not, I would call it a necessary include.
I would assume you're deferring to Riptide, but
I am talking about Riptide.
Okay,
Riptide's the one that I would play.
Trying to get me to build sideboards. My deck has no bad cards, Kaiba. We don't need a sideboard. You're right, though. I don't really think with a sideboard in mind. I don't know. I generally try to pack everything I need in my lunchbox, but we'll see. I might change my opinion after a few bad Battle Mage games. Ice Lance is cool. It's kind of like a finisher for the deck. If you guys feel like we need it, it's kind of a high mana cost, but the damage is good. 3 to 2 to 1 in 3 locations along its path. All right, so it fires a projectile. I think
Personally,
this is. Oh,
no, personally, I love this card. I think it maybe a 1 to 2 of, but like you said, it is such a good finisher that your opponent cannot put any amount of minions between you and their avatar
yeah.
while on death's door that will stop this from giving them a death blow. So I do love it as a finisher, and will definitely get you out of some tricky situations. I don't know about this deck, but it is great.
Yeah,
And if we were to include Earth for any reason, it's an ordinary, so we could tutor it with common sense. Yeah,
no, I
keep
agree
that
with
in
that.
mind.
And speaking of art picks, I feel like the art here perfectly emulates what you just described. You cannot put enough
Yeah,
of these sad minions in front of me.
Yeah.
I'll go right through them. I'll put one on the main board. I feel like it's probably going to find its way into the deck, but I could be wrong. Do you have any thoughts on that one, Jackson?
I think it's important to have something that can finish the game in sorcery. For those who don't know, if you get your opponent to 0, they're at what's called death's door. You can't kill them the same turn you put them to death's door. So they have this interesting window of opportunity to try to claw their way back in. Can't gain life off death's door, so you're there for the rest of the game if you get put there. And direct damage to the avatar is the only way to finish that game, to deal the death blow, final blow, whatever you want to call it. And Ice Lance does that really well. The only thing here is, again, Waveshaper is not that mobile, but if you, say, cast another spell that moves you and then you walk and then you Ice Lance, now you've covered an incredible amount of the board, and they have to have a very niche card on the board for them to survive that line of sequence. So
Yeah.
again, finishers are important. It's worth considering just because of that alone, and it's the only true direct damage spell in water. Ice Lance is it's the only one that does damage to units and direct damage at that isn't a minion, and minions are easier to away from in sorcery.
Yeah. That turn could really just look like playing a water site, riptiding, ice lancing. You're making the mana to
Right.
do so because your spellcaster can be tapped. It could be upright. Either way, it's going to do the thing. I like it. I like it for the deck a lot. Font. I'm going to go over the two that I think are Font of Life. Each ally heals an amount equal to the number of sites in its body of water. This is good for keeping things around, provided you've participated in some form of combat with one of your minions. You can heal them back up. You don't need to heal that much. I know, generally speaking, this looks like a weak card because of the cost and the threshold requirements, but it does do a lot if you have a wide board of minions. So allies includes your avatar and your minions. I don't know how you feel about this one, guys. It's fine. I mean, we are flooding sites, so we're creating, a larger body of water. We're obviously playing water sites. Do you think Font of Life is ever main lineable? I guess it really depends on the composition of the deck, but
Yeah,
I would
that's
I
what
would say so. Yeah, I do see it as not necessarily an auto include, but it is very strong. In
I think
water,
there are
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think there are two paths that Waveshaper wants to take. One of them, and the one that it motivates me and inspires me, is the tempo, like I talked about. But there's also a version of this deck that's very controlling, and you could go long. You could use this ability to buy yourself time and to collect resources and go to a really long game. And if you're building the control version of Waveshaper, I think at that point, Font of Life is an auto include. If you're in the tempo, that's where I would say maybe not, because you want to end the game earlier and you're the one asking the questions because you're going fast, you're playing the big beaters. And in that shell, I don't like Fauna Life as much. Just playing a lot of aggro and sorcery, I really don't like anything that doesn't progress my win in an aggro deck. Like, I want something fast. I don't want to see a card that makes the game go longer necessarily in that kind of like aggressive shell. So for a control deck, absolutely. For a tempo, I probably wouldn't have it in the main board or maybe even the sideboard, just because I want to go fast, and this card doesn't necessarily encourage that. And it could be a minion. Instead, it's a heal.
Yeah, and how about the maybe board though? Because I threw it there for the time
Yeah,
being.
maybe board's fine because maybe we get more inspired to be control as we move through. Like, some of the cards could inspire us to be a more controlling deck. I think the Shark itself kind of leans to that. So in the control shell, I play it. I play a water control deck, not with Waveshaper, and I run all 3 Fonts of Life in there. And it does work. It does really good work.
How do you guys feel about Frost Nova? I've never cast it. I have no firm opinions on it, but I do like that it's asymmetrical. Freeze nearby enemy minions. They're disabled until your next turn. That's pretty solid value. It's 4 mana though, and 2 threshold. We're seeing a lot of double threshold spells here.
Yeah, I think we're going to ask the same question on a lot of these cards: is what direction do we want to take the deck? Because this is another like control. This wouldn't. I personally don't see this as like a tempo sort of deck card. It's pretty slow, and it's just it's kind of it's pretty a general like card building game. It's not necessarily the card you're putting in; it's the card you're having to take out. Like, could this be a better card somewhere else? Like, is this going to help us achieve our game plan? And I think if we're going to be a tempo deck, I don't really see it like that.
There's certainly better ways to do the same thing with the Waveshaper and some of the utilities that water includes. So,
yeah, I think having this ability essentially on your avatar means that you're either leaning harder into the effect with the control shell, or you're relying on your avatar to do this for you 1 to 3 times a game, and have those 3 times allow you to get damage through. I think it's a really cool spell. I think it's really cool with the Avatar of Water, because she can teleport, so you can go right to where you need to be and then cast it, and that's really interesting. But here, yeah, I think we move on.
I think Geyser's an interesting card. It's another cantrip. When I say cantrip, I just mean that the card itself draws. It's 2 mana, 1 threshold. This turn, flood target site and give each minion there airborne. Draw a card. So you're adding to your body of water potentially. You could flood a site that's water, if I'm not mistaken. So if
you can.
If you wanted to just give something that diagonal mobility, you could, right? And then you draw a card. I mean, this can help you close out a game in some instances where, you know, they move their avatar away from an adjacent spot, and then you can give yourself the mobility to just make that swing. And then obviously it gives you another utility on the back end by drawing. It's pretty low mana costs when you think about the mid to late game. You can also just drown the thing. See, the other issue here is it's giving minions, so you're giving your opposing minions as well airborne. It's just for the turn though, mind you, but that does put them out of range of attacks from other sites that have other minions. But again, you could drown said site if you did that. And as we've already mentioned, we are flooding sites with our avatar, so I question the added utility here. But I do like to consider cantrips highly, just because, you know, you get some perceived value plus another card in hand, and it just helps you cycle through your deck. But how do you guys feel about this one?
Yeah. I do like the card. I think it is kind of a slept on water card. It does a lot. How good each of those things are, I mean, I guess it just depends on how we go with the deck. This is great anti-Root Spider, which, if you don't know, Root Spider is a really good earth card. It that basically disables things. You cast the Root Spider in the subsurface or underground, and anything that's above it is disabled. So it kind of locks down a good game plan for a lot of decks. And so Root Spider costs 3. This only costs 2. It will kill a buried Root Spider. And also, I mean, again, this will come back into play when we pick our minions, but giving things airborne is pretty strong. Being able to move in one step to spots you traditionally wouldn't be able to move, like being able to move nearby diagonally instead of just adjacent, can be really strong to push us like throughout the board. So I do like that card. I do think it's slept on.
I 100% agree. Jackson, where are you with Geyser?
I agree with most of what Drew said. The Root Spider killing is really nice, but in our deck, we can already do that in a number of ways. So when I look at Geyser, I consider 2 things in a vacuum. It kills Root Spider, and it's a combat trick that replaces itself. So here, I would really only say it's the second one, because you can already kill Root Spider with your avatar, with Floodplain, which is a site, so that one's kind of free. And I don't know if we'll play other flood effects. Probably maybe not here, just because of the tempo nature. But I like it as a combat trick. I agree that the airborne is a bigger deal than it might seem just on paper. That diagonal movement is often the difference between hitting them that turn or not hitting them that turn. And the fact that it replaces itself means that you're not losing tempo there. You're actually kind of gaining it because you're getting an attack through when they otherwise could have chump blocked it or something. And so I would consider it, and then depending on the minions that we end up with, either cut it or keep it. If a lot of the minions we end up with aren't water bound, then I think we could consider keeping it. But if all the minions we're playing end up being water bound, then this becomes really awkward because we need to make sure their airborne movement to land their attack, that next site they're going to attack, needs to be flooded too. And so then it gets clunky here.
Yeah, especially if that site's at the diagonal, because you might not have a site adjacent that to flood with
Exactly.
your avatar, right? So how
Right.
much mobility is it actually offering if you consider our card set could potentially be waterbound? I'm on the geyser train. Again, there's only 2 lines of text here, but they all do so much. Again, 3 major effects: the flooding, the airborne, the draw. I think for 2 mana, that's a really good rate for this card. And I think in a vacuum, right, there are certain cards that are kind of must includes, and Root Spider is one of them. And if you don't have an answer for Root Spider, you can just get locked out of games, and it can be frustrating. So I think Geyser is a really solid utility for that card alone. And again, that's just one card from one elemental archetype, but I think Geyser deserves a spot in the deck. You were saying about something about chump blockers. Airborne, you could still block an airborne minion.
Right.
You can right it with like a foot soldier, provided it's attacking site or avatar or something else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as that foot soldier's within range of its own movement to get there and block, then it can block. The visualization that people use is that the airborne minion has to fly to the ground to raise the ground. And so that's the opportunity the foot soldier has to sacrifice its heroic life and take to jump block.
I only really want to look at 2 cards from this next lineup, specifically Marine Voyage and Polymorph. We don't have any artifacts in the deck that we necessarily want to replicate at this point, although, you know, we're probably going to consider cores for this deck, if anything. So replication could find a use there, but for one unique card, maybe not good enough. I would at least like 2 targets in the deck for replication to say it's worth it. Plague of Frogs, also a little awkward. Not the best thing to use against a battle mage with Screaming Skull, but you know, you could. We don't really have a sub strategy that cares about this either. You know, if you have like the mnemonic manuscripts, maybe you can just have your frogs read for the duration of the game. But I'm not sure we're going to use that. Polymorph, however, I find to be a pretty decent effect. So transform nearby minion into a frog token. So this is advantageous for removing larger threats that might be threatening your sites and or your avatar. Frogs, so you guys know, they're 0. They're just a 0 value character, minion, rather. So you sort of shut that off indefinitely. Pretty solid, I think. I don't know how you guys feel about Polymorph as a piece of removal. Asterisk there.
It's kind of a catch-all for minions, and so I do like that. There's a lot of minions in the game that, or not a lot, but there's a few minions that like they can't have forceful movement upon themselves. That's the worst way to say it. They can't be forced to move, and things like drown is a forced movement because you're forcing them from the surface to the subsurface. There's things that don't take magic damage, so an ice lance wouldn't kill them. There are just big things. 5 power is really hard to deal with for a lot of elements, and Polymorph handles all of that as long as you can get close to it. That's the only like catch here is the nearby wording. Just means you got to be close enough to the thing to cast a spell on it. And again, water's spellcaster is kind of lacking, so it's usually going to be your avatar. So if they get a big guy on your face, then you can polymorph, and that's great. But if they're playing something more controlling in the back line of their own forward state, then it's hard to reach them with the polymorph. But
Yeah.
that said, I'm still high on the card because it handles everything. I mean, there's no minion in the game that doesn't get transformed into a frog token if you're close enough to cast this on them. And I
Yeah.
think that's worth, that says a lot. Like, there are other cards that could be turned off, polymorph can't be.
Yeah, I will say that nearby is a saving grace because we could mobilize through spells our avatar a little bit better and potentially get into a nearby range. So
Right.
I still see the utility. Drew, do you think it's worth consideration?
I don't know. Yeah, the nearby actually to me hurts the card and hurts the deck. Again, I just don't know how much mobility. I think this is a good maybe board for us right now. Just because I don't know how much movement we're going to end up having. And then nearby, again, with nearby, it's kind of like we're having to allow that minion, if we don't move, that minion's going to have to come to us. And what does that mean? Did we lose a minion ourselves, or did we just get attacked? And so it's like we're kind of having to wait for things to come to us. And so like, what does that actually mean? So I don't know. I love the art. That's one thing. So yeah,
and to be frank, I think
I would
it's
lean
kind
on
of counter. Sorry. I do think it's counter Waveshaper's effect because they're going to be already cautious about moving nearby your body of water by virtue of the fact that you could flood and submerge things and tap things down. So I can see them keeping their distance from a Waveshaper. So you might be right. I think Polymorph's utility might be lost in this list just because Waveshaper is a huge deterrent that is visible from the get-go. I get that. Let's leave it in the maybe board for now. I think that's fair. I do want to look at the mobility cards, which is convenient because the next two we're going to see are pure mobility. Marine Voyage is 2 mana. This turn, your units can move between any sites in a chosen body of water. So this could be your body of water, something that your opponent set up, as if they were adjacent.
very fun card when it
Yeah.
works. Yeah, it's a fun card.
These are fun.
This is a very fun card. Another, in my opinion, slept on card. It's interesting because it might not meet the tempo style that we're trying to play, but this is a really interesting and sneaky card where if you're just playing your minions to your back line, you're building up your water sites, the board, you're kind of flooding things, doing things, just kind of being a little bit in the back, and all of a sudden you just drop a Mariner's Curse and you can go from your side of the board to your opponent's side of the board as long as everything's flooded, is very, very sneaky. And so I do love the card. I don't know if it fits with what we're trying to do, but if you're playing water, I would definitely consider it. I can see this getting more and more popular.
Yeah, I agree. Jackson, any feelings on this? I feel like this is maybe boardable for now.
Yeah, I think maybe board. Drew's totally right. The ability to like play defensively, and then on the on the turn you want to switch into a more aggressive plan. This is a great card for that because you can just be buying yourself all the time in the world, building up minions and things in the back line. 2 mana, and as long as they have flooded sites, as long as your opponent has flooded sites, you just tap, you go straight there and attack it. And if they have multiple flooded sites, then you can still spread out and not just clump everything on one square. And so that's interesting. And in a deck where you're playing defensively and then eventually want to turn the corner and end the game, it's really good at that. The only thing I don't like about it here is that that site that you move to has to be part of the body of water. So you have to have already flooded into their site for this to even do any damage to them at all, because otherwise you'll just end up at the edge of your own water. And because you've already taken the step, you can't
Yeah.
do one more and get into their land. And so that's the thing you got to watch out for this card. And that's part of what makes the Earth equivalent of this card, Minecart Madness, better, because 3 of the 4 elements have like land sites. Water is unique in that it has water sites.
Yeah, if this said moves freely, you could take those steps and then the additional step to basic action attack into a site, right? But as it stands, the way it's worded, you are just moving between sites within a specific body of water. So there is a hard stop there with its mobility. And you're absolutely right. A majority of decks are going to have more land sites than they will have water sites. So it's interesting.
Yeah. I actually don't think moves freely works that way. Just so you know, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, that moves freely means you still tap and declare a path.
Right.
But you don't have like, you don't get an additional step after that path is declared. So you
Right.
would go, it would, the same problem would happen where you hit the edge of your water and that was your path. You'd have to somehow untap to go again.
Correct.
Moves
Okay.
freely. Yeah.
Right. I need to look into that then. I thought that was you do need to select your path as you're making the movement. If this would suggest move freely, you would have to only declare it in the body of water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, you
Yeah.
still couldn't leave that body of water.
Right.
So the same problem. But that being said, I still think it's a great card, and in a deck that was more control-y, it's a really cool card for turning that corner because sometimes it means 2 mana deal like 12 damage because you just take all your minions from the back, put them in their face and attack. So yeah, I don't think it to me it's not tempo here. It's more of a long game strategy. But I don't want people to think it's not a cool card because it is cool and it's fun.
No,
I'm
your
starting to think
message
it's
is
not a
loud
cool
and clear.
card, Jackson.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Dang,
your message was loud
I
and clear,
ruined it.
man.
Yeah.
Evidently,
Okay.
audience, how do you feel? It's not a cool card, right? All right, let's move on. Let's look at a cool card.
We got
This is what-
Chase.
This
we got
is a
Chase
cool
over
card.
at we got Chase over at Sorcery in the chat. So let us
Oh,
know,
nice.
Chase, if it's a cool card or not.
Oh, yeah, please do. Yeah, please do. Marine Voyage. Well, of course he would. All right, Riptide. This is a cool card. I think we can all agree on this. Look at that guy drowning. What a great time he's having.
100%.
Target water site pulls in an above ground unit it's adjacent to. Draw a card. Unit. That's a lot of things.
Yeah.
That's good.
Ordinary 2 mana. I mean, I'm telling you, in my water deck, I play 4. It's the water blink. It does more than blink in some senses. Obviously, blink is very versatile in its own way, but this affects your opponent. Blink doesn't directly affect your opponent. This does, and that's really good. Sometimes it's the difference between me just walking a minion closer to them or me pulling their avatar into attack range and finishing the game kind of out of nowhere. I mean, people will know that Riptide's a possibility because it's a very popular water spell,
Yeah.
but oh man, it's so much fun to play and it's so good. Like
Yeah.
that's a really great combination of things to have in a card.
All killer, no filler. Riptide.
That's
So
right. It's
where
so
are you
good.
at? We're adding 4, right? Can we add 5? I like it a lot. I think it's main deckable. I think it's main
I think
boardable.
just click to 4. Yeah, it's
Am I wrong?
one of the few.
Yeah, let's just add that. Maybe we go down to 3. I don't know.
Chase said that fun fact. The guy in the image on Riptide is how he feels when he plays Ira, and he's got a water deck.
Oh, this poor sucker.
Yeah, sometimes you're the Riptide, sometimes you're the guy with his hand up.
Yeah.
Exactly. Be like water, my friend. All right. Riptide. Solid card. We can all agree. Shrink. Polymorph's little brother. We've got 1 mana, 1 threshold for water. Set the base power of target nearby unit to 0 until your next turn. This could be your own minion, right? This is how you cheat around that
be.
1 Earth site. You can go in.
Yeah,
Gnome
Hollow.
Hollows, yeah.
Gnome Hollows. There you go.
Also, it affects avatars, which is funny.
It does. I don't. It does say nearby again, so
Yeah.
It's, I'm not get too excited. I think that it's fine.
Yeah,
For
it's
this
good in
deck, I
Battle
think
Mage.
Right.
There are a lot of Battle Mage decks that play water for this card. Turning the 5-power minion into a 0-power minion, attacking it, and drawing a card. Pretty good. Here, yeah, I don't really think we need to talk about it much more, but in Battle Mage, it's sweet. Shout out to Gryffindor, one of our buddies.
And not a direct Harry Potter reference, but I will take it as such. Sleep is fine. 2 steps away. Target minion at a location falls asleep. It's disabled until it takes damage. That seems reasonable. I don't know. Shut a thing out. It's kind of another
Yeah.
way of polymorphing for us. Obviously, desert could do the damage. There's a couple ways around this, but I don't know how you guys feel about sleep.
Yeah, it seems like it plays into like the control side of things. It does kind of what um, the Waveshaper does a little bit. So as we're at like Shrink, Sleep, and all those other cards, it just kind of makes the deck feel like it's a little bit more control than anything.
Yeah.
And so, um, very good card, very very good card. It's only 2 mana, 1 water threshold requirement. Fantastic. It can be tutored by common sense. Very good
Which,
card. I think this is a maybe board. So once we kind of decide the direction of where we're going,
no, I agree with that. I think of the last three outside of Stormy Seas, I think we could probably skip Twist of Fate. I'm not sure it's part of our strategy. Uh, it is tempo though. That's right. Your life is my life now. You just did no damage, and you play abundance, and you just make a bunch of mana. Probably not going to do that. Upwelling, Wrath of the Sea, and Stormy Seas are our last magics, and Stormy Seas is pretty solid. Submerge all minions and artifacts occupying target water site. It is 4 mana to do so. Quite a bit to combo with it if you want to try to Riptide more things into that water site. But Stormy Seas, how do you guys feel about this at 4 mana?
it's good against Battle Mage. You can,
Yeah.
Battle Mage typically carries a lot of artifacts with him, so being able to, and they're typically on your site on your sites a lot of the time. So most of the times you don't have to worry about having to flood the site that the Battle Mage will end up being on. But so yeah, submerging all of their artifacts is pretty good. I like the card. It's kind of slow at 4 mana. Like it's like, what do we want to be doing at 4? Like turn 4 in this game, especially with water, is something where we need to kind of decide how the rest of the game is going to go, and do we want to be control and getting rid of the opponent's minions and artifacts, or yeah, I don't
I feel
know.
like this could be a 1 to 2 of in the deck, if anything, or even
Cool.
just sideboardable for said Battle Mage. Again, a Voltron is the style of strategy here, right? Where you're just equipping a lot of things to a minion or avatar in this instance. And it's hard to contend with if you don't have the right tools to just shed that artifact base, because, 7 League Boots, Crown of the Victor, all of that stuff's going to add up and really thrash you in that matchup. I don't know how often the burying, or rather submerging, of artifacts is going to be integral to us, but also, potentially killing minions that aren't also, from an opposing water deck. I think it's fine. I think I'll probably slot that into the maybe board.
Real quick, Waveshaper is already encouraged to try to clump
Flood.
enemy minions, right? So, because you flood that one site, you tap all the minions there without submerge. So, when considering Stormy Seas for Waveshaper, both cards kind of want you to do the same thing. They want you to get their minions, if they have multiple, onto the same site. And there are a lot of ways to do that in water, Maelstrom probably being one of the better ones, which is a site that at the start of your turn can trigger and pull everything in the body of water, besides avatars and artifacts and things. Pull all minions, I should just say, to make it clear, towards the Maelstrom. So they take one step there. So I kind of like Stormy Seas. Again, I don't know if it's a tempo card here. I think Drown is far more tempo than Stormy Seas in this kind of deck, just because it's cheaper, and often all you're going to need is that pinpoint removal. But in a slower Waveshaper deck where you're already encouraged to try to pull those minions in and clump them, Stormy Seas can just blow out some people on a well developed sequence. And so it's really good there, and water's already pulling things. So if we went or built a more control-y version, I could definitely see this finding its way into the deck and doing a lot of work. I just wanted people to know, like, it's good in that kind of a Waveshaper deck. Don't think we necessarily stretch for that here. I think at 4 mana, there's something better we could be playing that we'll talk about when we get to the minions.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow, playing one spell and drowning like 3 things feels really good.
I definitely agree with that, and it definitely plays with the strategy we're going for, because it could very easily become a 2 to 3 for 1, right? You could
Yeah.
be removing 3 things, not to mention any artifacts you'll be submerging at the same time. But last cards I wanted to look at were Upwelling and Wrath of the Sea. Target a nearby site, return each artifact and minion there to its owner's hand. So it's kind of, it's not this is right tempo. They have to replay those things, which will cost them mana. It's interesting way to do the same thing, except the site doesn't need to be a water site, so you do skirt around that potential issue with Wrath of the Sea, not Wrath of the Sea, excuse me, Stormy Seas. But Wrath of the
Right.
Sea is an interesting one. Again, it didn't sound like we wanted our curve to go this high, but potentially this is the card for it. Flood all sites adjacent to a body of water this turn, then submerge all minions and artifacts on water.
Yeah.
Right, so that's yours, that's theirs. Thoughts on either of these cards for the deck?
I think to start with Upwelling, we'll see in a little bit, but there's a minion that does this effect probably better, and it's cheaper and really fits the tempo build that we may be wanting to go with. So I probably wouldn't even put this in the sideboard. Again, the 4 slot is just so important, and there's so many strong cards outside of water at 4. That like what do we want to be doing at this turn if we're playing on curve? So I don't really like it that much, but I don't know, Jackson, did you have any opinions on Upwelling?
It is tempo, so you
Mhm.
would think, oh, we're building a tempo deck. Upwelling makes sense, but yeah, I agree. The 4 mana slot's really important. And I think at that point you want to be asking questions, not playing answers. And I haven't had great success with Upwelling. Sorcery games can tend to go long, and a lot of decks don't care about the Upwelling that much. So I haven't seen it be super useful for other people or myself, and I think that experience is really relevant here. I wouldn't include it either.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna want to avoid it personally as well. Wrath of the Seas, flood all sites adjacent to a body of water this turn. I feel like if it said nearby, that'd be pretty sick. At 7, feel like it probably could. Then submerge all minions and artifacts on water. I think that at that stage, I would rather be putting down bodies with minions that offer similar or same effects, like Drew was saying in concerns to Upwelling. Those kind of 2 for 1s are what I'm looking for, because I want to start putting damage on the board as well, and neither of these do that. Again, Wrath of the Sea is just a good way to blow out potentially a swath of minions, but by the time you get to 7 mana, I wonder if this is going to be doing enough for this particular build, and I don't think it will.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think in
Extremely
a
strong
slower
card.
build, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. And a slower build, this card's amazing. You're already encouraged to play Submerge minions, so
Yeah,
you can make this a one-sided board wipe.
yeah,
And
I
not
think so.
only is it a one-sided board wipe, but it also floods, which seems like it just helps with the board wipe, but it often helps with a lot of other things. Um, yeah, I don't know. It turns on stuff. So in my control water deck, I play one in the main board and another one in the sideboard should I feel that second copy is necessary. But here, too much. 7 mana. We should hopefully have our opponent at death's door by 7 mana. That's what I would love to do. Or if not, we're just keep tempoing them so that the 7 mana play that they might have feels like a time walk for themselves. They don't want to use that opportunity to play a big spell because they need to keep stemming the bleeding. And so in this deck, yeah, I don't think we play Wrath. In a slower deck, it's really good.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, like us climbing to 7, that means we're just tapping our avatar and we're not using its ability that we want to, get spicy with. So
Yeah.
I'm taking those extra turns to not control the board directly from the avatar. Kind of doesn't seem like what we're trying to do, though it is strong. Like anyone listening and knows what Wrath of the Sea is, we agree it is a very, very strong card, but might not be with what we're trying to do in this deck.
Right. We could.
Water
Yep.
just traditionally is a slower color at least in my experience, and so I think trying to build something more tempo and something that people wouldn't expect would be a little bit more fun.
I agree with that, and of course we could be holding a mix as well, and fast track. The 7 cost. There are ways to cheat around its apparent cost, but I do think we're probably looking for more bodies at this point. I think we have the right utility so far as our spells are concerned in the main board for now. And then again, our maybe board is just a plethora of potential interesting cards. And we don't even know, to answer the question, we haven't determined if we want to splash another color in this deck quite yet. But I do feel like, if we added air, the ordinary sights in that deck have the potential to ramp you, right? So there are ways to cheat out larger cost spells, provided we have the threshold for some of our effects here. There are a lot of double threshold utilities in water, a lot on our maybe board as a matter of fact. So we'll see what we do. But
Yeah.
minions, are there any must include minions you guys can think of? We don't need to look through every minion, but are there any that you think that just functionally will work well with this particular build?
I think if we're going to go down the tempo, Fey Changeling is really, really strong.
I like Changeling a lot.
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to sort the list here by cost so we can look at our curve? To the right of the search box. Cancel out of that. Yeah, name and then cost.
Let's see if it loads up the 42 results though. Sometimes it does not. Okay. There we go. Good. Okay. Fate Changeling is a 3-drop, and we can just jump ahead to that one, and we can jump around pending suggestions. But Fate Changeling itself, maybe. Oh, sorry.
No, actually, just a fun fact about this. This is actually a picture of Jackson when he was a newborn. So.
Is that you outside the window stealing his brother?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was an ugly baby, but he's a kidnapper, so that's way worse.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Is it worse to be ugly or worse to be a kidnapper?
Yeah,
the hard questions.
Also, why does he look like he's wearing... It looks like he's wearing toast on his head. I know that's like the headboard, but now that I'm really looking at it, why does that look like a piece of toast to me?
Look at the guy in the window.
Yeah, don't question Drew Tucker's design. It could be
the guy.
It could just be a toast headboard. It could just be a family.
That's sweet. Food. If that's what it is, that's even cooler.
Well, you should try it with jam. It's really sweet then.
Yeah, that's how Genesis... That's how it stuck to his head.
Yeah.
You can
the guy in the background.
His hand. That's what it does, okay? So when you're kidnapping babies and eating toast in bed, you can bounce your own minion. You can bounce an opposing minion. Speaking of tempo, this is quite good. Obviously, don't give them the ability to Genesis their Grandmaster Wizard again, but it's very good for removing a potential threat. How do you guys feel about the Fae baby? I know we have lots of feelings about the art.
Maybe summon to any site is so important here.
Absolutely.
It often gets a blocker out of the way, and that feels very tempo to me. In a list like this, I probably wouldn't play the full 3. I probably wouldn't play the playset. I might go for 2. And if I'm playing 2 here, I'm probably less likely to be playing things like Drown or Stormy Seas, because I don't want to stretch too far for that kind of tempo play. I really only want a couple and want them to be impactful. I really like this card with the giant shark because it can be summoned to any site and potentially bounce something to the opponent's hand. And then it triggers the shark, so the shark will swim there. It'll kill the Fey Changeling, but we don't really care about that 1 power too much. It's mostly the Genesis effect.
Right.
And putting your shark to that new site untapped as well can be really good. That could be a 5-mana swing or a 5-power swing kind of out of nowhere, which can be pretty good. Depends on how shark heavy we want the deck to be. But yeah, I agree. It's definitely worth considering. 3 mana is pretty easy for us. That means if we're at 5 mana, we can double spell with this. Yeah, it's an interesting card. It does have good tempo. The art's hilarious. So all those things work in my favor.
Very much on theme too, when you said we don't have the 3 exceptionals, because as we know, Drew stole the 3rd one. So never gonna see that changing.
He looks like the alien from Signs back there.
Yeah.
The flavor text on it, the flavor text is sweet too on this. An exceptional fairy and unwelcome guest.
Yeah.
Oh, when do we get the unwelcome guest, please? What is that card?
That's just Drew. He's the unwelcome guest.
Me. Hey guys.
Well, next set I want the baby snatcher. I want the baby snatcher unique let's
He
get
comes
it.
in and just plops like a 0 power baby on the field.
Right, exactly. You choose a card from outside your deck to give someone
In
in exchange, obviously, for one of their minions. But you mentioned the shark, so I figure we should go to the shark. If you guys
Yeah.
don't know who the giant shark is, for a lot of people, it's a reason to go into water. It's quite good. It does have, I would say, the detriment of being water bound, but thank God because of its triggered ability. So it's a 5 cost, 2 threshold, 5 damage. Right, so that's a decent rate. Submerge, waterbound, and go underwater, can go above water. Whenever another unit enters or moves between sites in this body of water, giant shark moves to that unit to fight. Well, we're extending our body of water with Waveshaper, and this will kill things. Seems good. And we can also move things into the body of water for our opponent. So there's plenty of ways to manipulate the shark. I like it. I think it's probably an easy include, but how do you guys feel?
I love this card. I play it in my deck. It's really good with Riptide, with Undertow, which we haven't really talked about, but it's a site that moves something within the body of water. And so those kinds of lines feel really great. And I've been hyping this up, this whole like deck building, but the more I think about it, the harder it is to justify in a tempo shell because it fights your own stuff, and so it is symmetrical in that sense. And unless you're already on their sites and dealing damage to that site and you don't plan on moving, then the shark becomes really hard to play around in that scenario because there's really no way to turn it off without just triggering it and letting it
Mm-hmm.
bite your minions. So I don't know. I think there's something else at 5 power that I would play over the shark in a tempo deck, just because the shark might hinder our own tempo. And yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Drew? I think if we're leaning tempo, I don't think the shark makes as much sense as I was thinking earlier.
I almost feel like you're
I
referring to the angler. I'm mistaken.
or the Undine.
Or the
I'm
Undine.
talking about the pirate ship, actually. So if we
Okay,
want to talk
okay.
about the pirate ship and why, so that's the ghost ship. Pirate ship's 4 mana.
There you go.
Yep, right here. So 4 mana, 1 threshold, 5 power, waterbound, and ordinary. So you could play 4 if you want to. I think this is what we want to do at 4 mana in a tempo deck. I mean, it hits harder than what it costs, right? It's efficiently costed. Waterbound is something we can deal with the Waveshaper, because if you play this on turn 4, turn 5, you tap your Waveshaper, you flood, tap down anything there, and now you have a 5 power guy ready to swing at that site. And to me, that's the tempo line that this deck can utilize and benefit from. I've seen this exact sequence of play before. It's really good. And 5 power is so good in sorcery. It's very difficult to kill a
Mm-hmm.
5 power thing. It's a quarter of your opponent's life total, so that's a very fast clock. You can use it as a great blocker until you're ready to attack. If you're playing against aggro decks, like the stuff I like to play, a lot of my stuff is going to be 4 and 3 power, and I'll probably develop my board a little faster than a tempo deck. But once this comes down, I'm like struggling to find answers because I can't attack you freely anymore, or else I'll just lose my guy and you'll keep yours. And on your turn, you'll just untap and hit me anyway. So to me, this is the tempo card that Waveshaper probably should just always include if you're going aggro tempo.
Yeah, just careful not to submerge your own pirate ship, all right, people?
True.
Yeah, don't drown it. That's the one thing it's missing that
Yeah.
Waveshaper encourages is it doesn't have submerge. But if you're tapping in front of the pirate ship to get rid of their things or tap their things down, then you're giving a location for the pirate ship to sit and deal damage. And the Waveshaper ability, it floods that site until you use the ability again. So you can just keep that site flooded. Someone flooded a Cloud City of mine the other day. I flew the Cloud City around, but the pirate ship was already on it, and so it just kept hitting me for 5. And it's a good line in the deck. And
We're missing the
4 for 5
angler.
power is really good.
Sorry. We're missing the angler that I wanted to show you guys, which I think plays really well with a card on our maybe board, the
I
Mariner's
think it's
Curse.
5 mana. It's 5
I'm just
mana,
not
isn't it?
seeing it. I'm only seeing the
Oh
Undying.
yeah, why
I'm
is
seeing
it
the
not
Undying
here?
twice. I think that is a mistake. At any rate, Drew, any thoughts on Shark and or Pirate Ship? I'm cool to main board a Pirate Ship.
I completely agree with what Jackson said about the giant shark. I don't think it is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, water cards. But I just don't think 5 for 5 at that turn. I think it would probably hurt us more than help us. Um, Pirate ship, all those reasons that Jackson said, I completely agree with too. 4 for 5. It's not the flashiest, it's not the sexiest card, but pirate ship can absolutely get things done. It can't be killed by a rolling boulder, which has become a lot more popular. It doesn't kill that for 4, and it's only 1 threshold. So if we do decide to go multicolor, this is
Very easy to
easy
splash.
include.
Yeah, 100% agree. Just the one water site, that's all we needed.
Yeah.
And it'll do it. Obviously, maybe subverts our avatar's ability, but that's okay. I did want to look at that angler later, but we can pull it up later. Are there any other cards you guys want to consider? Yokai Kappa value?
I like Yokai
Mhm.
Kappa. Yeah, it's cute. I mean, you could do 6 damage in a turn, and that's like nothing to scoff at. Like 6 is a lot, so
Mm-hmm.
it's really interesting. Only playing 2 means you're not stretching that hard. I don't know. Yeah, like I just haven't played with this one enough to have a great opinion on it. I did try it for a very short amount of time, and something that feels really good with the Kappas is like, so you play it on turn 4, right? And turn 5, you can draw a spell for turn off of your natural draw, and then you can tap to draw from your Atlas to get the water site you need to discard to give this a second attack.
Potentially,
So
yeah.
it's kind of card advantage in that sense. Like you'd get your spell anyway, and then you just tap your avatar for the site, and nothing needs to be tapped for this ability. You just discard the water site, and then it untaps the Kappas, and that's another 3 damage attack that turn. And so I like that, and it kind of feels good in the Waveshaper deck because you're often drawing from the spellbook and then tapping Waveshaper to use her ability anyway. So that's a line of play that feels very familiar already. And the Kappas can do something similar if you don't need the Waveshaper ability. For instance, if you've already got something locked down, or if they just don't have anything in the area to block, then why not tap the Waveshaper, get a water site, and then hit them for 6 that turn? It's very interesting. And underplayed, I think a lot of people will be surprised by what this card can do, just because nobody's playing it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I almost want to buff it somehow just to make the most out of that turn, although that is adding to the formula here. Again, if we do go split color here, we do run the potential of not hitting a water site out of our Atlas, so that could be a detriment if we're on the Kappa, but it's a 2 of in the deck at most, so I think we'll try to play around it. If we do cast it and it resolves and it sticks, we'll definitely play around it.
And that could be us too. Look at us. Look at those 3.
Well,
That could be us.
Who's that third guy? who's the dismembered head?
That's Chase. Sorry, Chase.
Yeah, I like how you've themed these arts. Yokai Kappa though, I kind of dig it. I think the effect is really great. It almost makes me want to push Earth so we can just live the dream of gigantism. This sucker
Oh my god.
nuking someone. Although that is quite the dream as a unique and elite combo. I don't know if we want to mainline Kappa, but they could be useful for us. Any thoughts on this one, Drew?
Yeah, I love Jackson's enthusiasm about it, and so I do agree from that standpoint. Yeah, I mean, you can essentially look at it as a 4 mana for 6 power potentially. Yeah, having to tap the Waveshaper stops us from using her ability to draw that extra water site, but there's definitely going to be times where we may not need to use her ability, and we want to be more aggro. So, I mean, I do like it for the reasons that Jackson said. If we look at it from the standpoint of it's a 4-drop with 6 power, it's stronger than the ship. From that sense, we lose a water site, but again, that if we do go Kappas, then we probably would go mono water, just in case we do tap the Waveshaper and we don't draw into a water site. Then we just we lost our ability and we don't have anything to discard. So definitely maybe board.
How do you guys feel about well, it's also a boltable. Like anything that does 3 damage, bear in
Right.
mind, it's going to die. Opposing battle mage can
Yeah.
kill it outright. So it is virtual 6 so far as life loss and or damage is concerned. But
True.
if it's exchanging strikes, it'll die just the same. So be mindful of how you use the kappa when you're dismembering dwarfs. And Treeing Constrictor is interesting. I'm looking at what I foresee as our top end. I don't want to go too much above 5 here, although I actually am a big fan of the Hydra. Kraken, Great Old One, obviously great. They're bombs, but I don't know if we're going to get to that range. Hydra, potentially. But the Scorpion Constrictor is one I've never really played or considered in a deck, but there's a lot of utility on one card here. How you feel about this one, guys? It's also 1 water affinity is why I bring it up, so it is splashable in a list if we decide to go. I'm kind of feeling earth, but we can figure that out. But you can tap it. Treeing Scorpion may take a step, then it constricts target minion here. It can be an opposing minion. It carries it disabled, or your own minion, I should say. The next time Treeing Constrictor would untap, it kills said minion, however, if it's still constricted. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Should I take this one since I've played it?
Yeah, I'll give one piece of it. It's not as good if we don't have mobility, because you're just chasing. Like you're able to just avoid it. And maybe Jackson will kind of talk to that point, but that's my thought on it. That just you have to kind of chase minions, and it's kind of easy to get away from it. But go ahead, Jackson.
Yeah, I really want to like this card. I was so hyped to try it, and I was like thinking of all the things that are good about it, and there are things that are really good because it carries the thing it's disabling, and that's like a small part of the text here, but it's really important in a world full of drowns and buries, because if they drown or bury the constrictor, the thing it's carrying will go with it. So unless it's able to survive under the surface, it will die the same way the constrictor will. So that seems really good, but the first time you use this ability and it gets firebolts, and then that thing you were disabling just attacks you, and you've lost your thing and all that tempo, like it's such a, I don't know, it feels like a trap to me having played it. It's such an opportunity for a blowout against you. And even if it works, it's so slow because it doesn't untap the turn after it kills the thing. So it's like, it's really, really slow. And 3 power, you need to be doing a lot with 3 power because everything at 3 power is going to die in sorcery. Firebolt, Lightning Bolt, these are really heavily played spells. And if you're going to play something at 3 power, I think it just needs to do more and have less hoops to jump through to do it. So I wouldn't consider the constrictor just based off experience. It's too slow. I'd so much rather play a pirate ship that turn than this guy.
Yeah,
and use other things for the minions.
Yeah,
would you say that you feel constricted?
I did feel constricted.
Okay.
Playing the constrictor.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It's
cool
you're
though.
on a clock. Whatever you pick up is on a clock, which is interesting. But it itself does not have charge or haste in this game, right? So it's gonna take a turn to do the thing. It's gonna take another turn to fully constrict the thing. It does feel a little bit like a trap. If it was a 4/4, just based off the fact that the ability itself does take quite a bit of time and it lacks any sort of evasion, like you were saying, it could be drowned and buried, right? It's a snake. It could have been a water snake, but it's not. Yeah, I'm iffy on it. It's interesting.
If it was 4/4, I think it would be a great card, actually. I think not every deck would play it. Right, but I think having 4 power would elevate that card to a very different level, and I'd probably be playing it in my control shell if it was at 4, because then the removal that does kill it now, or most of it, will also kill the thing it's carrying. So that would change the card completely for me, just that 1 power.
There are some cards I want to look at that I think are definite includes here. I think we referenced Unland Eel earlier. Might be mistaken. But whenever Unland Eel submerges, it may drag another minion here down with it. So this is cool for changing the locations of your own minions that might have submerged, but it's also good for just killing things. This feels like a pretty decent effect, especially if we're able to riptide it or move it to another location to begin its submerge, right? So it's repeatable removal. Seems pretty decent. How you guys feel about the unland, Neil?
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
high
John.
on it. I've played this one for a while, and it's just harder to do the submerge, like harder to drag the minion down than it would seem at first glance.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not high on it. I do totally agree that like the ability to drown something like that is really cool, but it always requires another card to do it
Yeah.
because no one's just going to sit there and let it happen. So you have to have at least one other card to turn it on, and that often means it's not happening in the game, and so that's kind of rough.
I think if we went water
Um,
air, we would see the utilities necessary to make this pop a little bit more consistently.
yeah,
With
water air could be interesting.
yeah, I could see us splashing that direction,
Yeah,
because this is a good tempo play. Like it will kill their biggest thing, provided you're there.
yeah,
So you just need to get
and
there,
provided it's a water
and
site
provided it's a
too.
water site. So
Yeah,
there's a lot of requirements to fulfill to make this necessarily good. And generally speaking, I have not faced too many water decks, so the water site aspect is actually a big deal for this card.
yeah.
Something I don't know, Drew, if you had any thoughts or feelings on this one.
Um, yeah, it actually doesn't really feel tempo to me. Actually, I don't know. It feels a little slow, and again, you're having to kind of wait until your opponents come onto your site to get its effect. So yes, it's two. If you're casting, like, okay, so you cast it and on turn two, right? And you're gonna want to put it probably on the surface, so that you can bring something down with you. You have to wait till it comes to you, which most of the times it would attack the eel and kill it. Um, or the other time is that they're on your site and you cast it submerged and you bring that thing down with you. So again, what happened on that turn? Were you taking damage? Did you lose a minion? So I don't know. It feels a little slow. It doesn't feel like it's the best two drop that we could probably get.
Mm.
Art is sick though.
The art is sick though.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool. Yeah.
there's two cards I want to reference that I like just for the card advantage they offer, which is Captain Baldassar and Sea Raider. They're kind of similar in effect. I think they're a decent rate, 3 for 3. This one's a 4 for 3, so less good, but the effect is a little bit better. Sea Raider itself, whenever Sea Raider attacks and kills an enemy, it does require you kill it. Its controller discards their topmost spell, right? So they're losing that. You may cast that spell once this turn, ignoring threshold. So I think that unless you're playing Sorcerer, you'll find that you will run out of cards inevitably in this game. This is a good way to get some form of card advantage. Whether this survives into the mid to late game, questionable. But I do like that it's a lightning rod for any effects that would maybe potentially go to something else that you did want to stick. And then again, it has the card advantage on the back end. I like that. Captain is very much the same, a little different. Whenever it attacks a unit or site, the defending player discards their topmost 3 spells. You may cast each of those spells once this turn, ignoring threshold requirements. So again, very similar, but the requirements here are good. It's not difficult to get this to go off. But again, it is a little slow. You will have to
It's
wait
difficult
for
to
this.
draw.
Yeah,
It's a unique.
It's unique. If it
Yeah.
happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then you missed out, and that's okay.
Mhm.
But I don't know
This
how
is
you
a
guys
great
feel
card.
I don't know how you feel about either of these two. Do you like Baldessari?
I think Baldassar is pretty easy to include if you want it. If you're not looking for an effect like this, like you won't necessarily miss it. But if you do play this card and it lives and you get to attack with it, it can be pretty game changing, and it scales with your opponent's deck. If they're playing grapple shots and things like very powerful format defining cards, you now get access to those cards sometimes. And if we go Wano Water, you'll only have Ice Lance for like a true like finisher spell. And so Baldassar can often find you lightning bolts and grapple shots and fire bolts and things like that. Um, and that, yeah, it's strong. I like it a lot. Being a unique means it doesn't feel too bad to just have it. You're not like devoting a big portion of your deck to this effect. It's just when you get it, you play a slightly different game, and it's, yeah, like I said, it scales to the opponent's deck. So I do like it. Again, it's 3 power, dies to everything, but if you play it at the right time, then you're just going to get those spells. And you'll get them even if he dies in combat, which is interesting. So you can at least kind of guarantee one good swing out of that.
Yeah, go for a sight first. Let's just say that.
Yeah, but they could tap and block it,
Sure,
if you
sure, sure.
absolutely had to reach for more cards, like you could do that with him.
Just be conscientious of where you place him, where you attack. Obviously, this effect is too great for your opponent to let it stay. So if they don't use removal on it, I question whether their hand has removal. I
Right.
think it's a
Great
it's a
point.
good card. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
a
think it's a good
lightning
card.
rod for removal.
Yeah, there's no way you just let this stick. There's no way
Yeah.
you're like, oh yeah, I can live with that happening. Unless you're a flame caller and you want to, banish minions from your graveyard, then the discard 3 could be detrimental, right? But not that many strategies will care about that. I guess the Death Speaker wouldn't mind so much, but again, it's also 3 damage you're going to have to suffer. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And you can get blockers out of the way with your avatar, so it's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah,
Drew, thoughts on
I
either of
love
these?
Bulbasaur. I think that's an auto include for sure. Sea Raider, um, I don't know. I do like the card. It can be tutored by an Earth spell called a War. It's an
Right.
exceptional mortal. I don't know. There's a lot you need to do for it to get its effect, and so a lot of the times it will just be a three power for 3 mana. Do we want to be doing that on turn 3? I'm not really sure. So yeah, having to attack and kill an enemy is probably the worst part of the card.
Yeah. It does.
And you have to discard their topmost spell. You're only getting to see one. A lot of the times it may not benefit you. So then you just it's a card we could potentially see the maybe board depending on how the rest of it develops. We have to kind of get over the fact that like, oh, this is a an easy lightning bolt target or fire bolt target. We're in water, that's going to happen. So it's kind of inevitable that we're going to have a lot of the minions that we end up sticking with will have that. We can say that for all of these. So finding the right curve so that like the Bulbasaur does survive, that we have some strong enough things on our 2 drops and our 3 drops that our opponents are going to want to get rid of so that the Bulbasaur sticks around.
Yeah, I think on that note, we can probably look at our 1 to 3 range more thoroughly. And again, the other thing is it really depends on what color we're splashing. I feel like I can feel us shifting towards splashing a color, not necessarily earth, but yeah. How do you guys feel about the 1 drops, 2 drops, 3 drops in blue? Any you think are must includes for this list?
I think there's some power at 2, and that's often when you want to start deploying aggression if you're aggro or tempo. Some decks could do 1 mana, especially the air decks, but in water, there's like 3 2 drops that come to mind immediately, and I think 2 of them are on this next row actually. There are some interesting cards there, but nothing that inspires me. I like Ormond Harpooneers, however you say this.
Harpooneers, yeah.
It's not waterbound, it's not submerge. So not having waterbound's a plus, not having submerge is a potential negative, but it's 2 for 2 and it has this interesting ability to just like pull things. It has that same line of text where it needs to be an adjacent water site. So the thing you're pulling needs to be on the water, but it comes down early. If they're not doing anything early, you're just hitting them for 2. And in the mid game, you can sometimes just like ping off an apprentice wizard that's a chump blocker, or you could move your own minions into a better position for an attack, which can be really interesting. So that's a card I would consider. The other card I'd consider is Tide Naiads. Yeah, right underneath.
I'm gonna add that one. Yeah, the naiads are
Tide
submerged. The site is
Naiads.
flooded. Yeah.
Right. So this does like 2 things we want to, well, really 3 things we want to do. It comes down early. It attacks for 2. It has submerge, so it won't get tapped down by a Waveshaper's ability, which I think can be pretty useful. And it also floods the site it's on, which can be really good. And so I play this as a flood effect in my control version of a water deck. It plays sorcerer, so it's very different, but it's probably my favorite flooding effect that isn't floodplain, because floodplain's on a site, so that's pretty free. But this one's far more permanent because you can swim. Once the site's flooded, you can go underneath it, and now you're very protected. and it being a 2 for 2 is also just good enough for us in tempo. So that's the second card I'd consider. The third one's right there on the left, Swan Maidens. Airborne's a good ability. Airborne's really good in aggressive kind of decks. It just means it's so much harder for them to block you effectively. So 2 for 2 Airborne's great rate. The fact that it also has Submerge is just really good for us because we can again tap the side it's on, get rid of a blocker that's sitting there, and not tap the Swan Maiden down. And things like the Atlantia Fate, should we choose to play it, also won't kill this thing. It'll still submerge it, but it can exist underground and then come back up and hit the site. Lots of utility there. I think Airborne's really good. You'll just do a lot of damage with this card if you play it.
Yeah, Swan Maidens are definitely one of my sleepers as well. I absolutely love this card. And again, maybe not, you just see it as a 2 for 2. But to all the points Jackson raised, I absolutely love Swan Maiden.
Yeah, 2 for 2 is fine. Obviously, it gets over the avatar hump. Most avatars are 1. It's also airborne and submerged, so it's got good evasion and good mobility with airborne. That just means you can move it nearby instead, so that adds an additional step if you move it the diagonal. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Again, anything
one more thing
will die to removal, like you were saying earlier, so it's not a huge concern to look at cards that way, but a lot of these early 2-drops, I don't know how many we actively want, and this isn't necessarily something you want to see near the end of your game, but
right. Yeah, I think you want to have a good curve in this deck, and so 4 to like 6 2-drops is kind of the spot that I might sit at if I'm playing a pretty aggressive game plan.
Yeah.
One other thing about the Swan Maidens, just in case people don't know, when a creature's airborne on your opponent's turn, unless they have airborne or ranged, like a bow and arrow kind of guy, they can't attack this and kill it. And so that often means it just sticks around. It like usually has to be a spell that kills this thing. And we've talked about Firebolts, Lightning Bolt. Yeah, those are great. It will kill this. But in a lot of matchups, they have to have something like that to kill it. Because they're not going to be able to attack it. A lot of people don't play airborne or ranged. It will come up every now and then, and that's fine. But just the ability to have it stick around with airborne and submerge means it's going to be consistent. It's going to deal damage. And in the tempo deck, consistency and damage is really, really important. So I'm actually higher on it now than when I brought it up. I think if I was going to run a 2-drop in a deck like this, it'd be Swan Maidens or Tide Naiads. And maybe 3 of each, depending on how important the flood is for the Tide Naiads.
I like that. I want to look at some of our upper range here too before we actually consider splashing any colors. I feel like we should probably include any and all artifacts we would want to consider moving forward as well. At this point, there's, water minions. I don't evaluate too highly in general, so I am gonna rely on you guys to give me your opinions on these. We've done a water-based deck like last week, but it was a Enchantress list, and we were more concerned about the auras there. Yeah, there's really nothing else I can think of that I absolutely love. Charge is a very potent effect on Ruler of Thule. This could be decent for us late game, moving some of our low B minions that we just play out to potentially protect our avatar. If you guys don't know what this card is. Allies can move as if the top and bottom edges of the realm were connected. So this is just you. Other allies occupying sites there have +1 power. So very good for, it's almost like playing a Crusader Jihad, right? In your opponent's sites, you can actively go from north-south to do damage. It itself can also attack and do that. Sadly, it's only other allies that get the buff, but the charge on him is really good for helping close out games. I think he's pretty decent here. Again, it's only a 1-of, sadly. Our ships aren't going to benefit from this, but any of those 2-drops we've mentioned that we could potentially run 6 of total, 3 and 3, will benefit from Ruler of Thule. Any thoughts?
Yeah, this card's really good.
It's really good. So the thing is, it being a 4-drop is a little bit awkward with our tempo shell, because what are we doing on turn 3? Okay, we play something on turn 2. On turn 3, are we moving up on the board or are we staying back? And so this gets its effect a lot by having our minions stay back. So that's just one way to look at it. It is obviously a really strong card. Don't get me wrong, but how much does it match the tempo? I'm not I'm not exactly sure on that, but yeah, it being a unique, we're more than likely going to be top decking it. And so the board's developing. What did we do with our minions? If we're climbing the board trying to get to our opponent, then that back line isn't as beneficial to us anymore. So if we look at it from that perspective, it's like, yeah, the ruler of Thule can do that. And then if we are on the other side of the opponent's board on their back line, yes, it's getting the buff, but is that going to happen every time? Being unique, it's just going to be a little bit more inconsistent, but the card is definitely strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a do nothing though. You pay 4, you do
For
3
sure.
damage, right?
For sure.
Like it has that consistency, so I don't mind hitting it. I also see us going. I wouldn't mind splashing air for this just to give us added mobility. And there are things like Wind Blast that just push things directions. So if you wanted to get your allies and the opposing avatar potentially that might have moved the furthest north from us, that will put us in range to get the +1 power again, right? And I'm talking about an air card here, but I could kind of see us splashing air for this list to get the added mobility from that part of the colorway and maybe some beaters from that color as well.
Yeah. Wind Blast is fun with a giant shark also.
Yeah, seriously. And then the other thing here is, this is a turn 3 drop. Like if you have a Gothic Tower, any of the towers plus 2 water sites from the previous turns, you can ramp out into 4 drops very easily. So, and then obviously play some of our more effective spells sooner that way. I don't know how you feel about this one, Jackson, but are there any other cards outside? I'm kind of on Ruler of Thule potentially here. It could be dropped, but
yeah, I'm on it too.
I like the ruler.
I think it's good. I just want to keep in mind that it may not work the way that we're hoping that it works, just because of its cost and where it is and when you play it.
Right. There are some cards that have some natural synergies with it, like the Polar Bears we didn't mention do the same thing. Polar Explorers. There are cards that care about North and South points, and it's not, I don't think, appropriate to build around a unique in this way. There's nothing we can do to tutor up this card, so if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but we're happy if it does, hopefully. And we can build around potentially utilizing it to its fullest with some of our mobility utilities. That's why I'm leaning a little towards air just for the ramp mid to late game and some of the effects that are just in there. You mentioned a few core ones like Grapple Shot and whatnot. Those are all very good cards. I don't know how you guys feel about the rest of the minions from water. Is there anything else you would want to include?
I think Sea Serpent's worth talking about.
Oh, yeah.
The 4-mana Submerge, Waterbound, 4 power minion.
Yeah, the 4/4. That's like, he's pretty solid. He is waterbound, but this is so good. it's a pretty
just
solid
having Submerge is nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like the Waveshaper turns this card on really well. Obviously, the pirate ship hits harder, but if we're looking for redundancy at that point of our curve, then the Sea Serpent can be kind of played as like a secondary pirate ship. And like that Submerge will come in handy sometimes. Sometimes you will be able to, tap down their blocker and not your Sea Serpent. And so that's really good. And 4 power is still relevant. Like 4 power is a good place to be. 4/4 is what a lot of other colors are paying to get 4 power. Besides Earth, they're the ones that usually have the more efficiently costed power minions.
with the power.
So yeah, like the unicorn and stuff. So
which is pretty solid.
But I think this card is worth considering.
This card is splashable too, so if we did go air, this is a turn 3 Sea Serpent for 4 power. Like if we get a tower out on turn 3 like that, just like pirate ship. Yeah, maybe playing air does make sense. I think Victoria made that mention in the comments too earlier about splashing air. So
I just read a comment about the Black Pearl being sexy.
We were talking about the pirate ship.
Yeah, that's killing me. I can't seem to find that angler. I do want to look.
Yeah, that's so strange. I might be able to find. Cool.
At the start of your turn, if unland anglers submerged, force each enemy minion atop adjacent sites to take a step toward this one. I do like this as a card. It plays in tandem with a lot of effects that we're playing with. And it's a free action, right? So I kind of like that. It is a 5/4 at a threshold of 2, but you'll likely play this submerged and rely on some effects to hopefully pull things towards it ultimately, although this will trigger before you ever get that opportunity. It's cool. I think it's niche, and it's only a 2 of in any list if you decide to use it. I don't know how you guys feel about this one, but again, like the Mariner's Curse setup is kind of cute. I don't know how many situations where this is going to be able to play into that directly, but
Yeah, it's so slow. You're not doing anything. I mean, let's say we don't get to ramp into it. Like, let's say we're mono water, or if we're splashing air and we don't get that tower ramp effect, you're not doing this until turn 6. It's effect. And so, turn 6 doing this effect and potentially killing one of their things with your 4-power minion seems extremely slow. I would not include it in this deck. Just
Yeah,
my
I
take.
agree. It's pretty slow, and that does hurt. And it being elite means it's hard to build around. The thing I really like is that it synergizes really well with Waveshaper. You play this in a central location in a more defensive style of Waveshaper, and that next turn you might be tapping down 2 things. And so that's really clean. But yeah, it's slow. I never seem to make room for it in my decks.
You could
But
put
the
it in the
art
maybe
is
board.
fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
well,
Maybe board. It could. Maybe we could justify it later, but yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like an include.
On that note, we have 17 in our spell book, and we don't have the quantities of anything outside of our Riptide. So I think we can look at artifacts briefly. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like going air.
I think if you want to go air, let's do it. That'll make
Yeah.
it pretty interesting. It'll also just help us narrow down decisions here. Like we can start looking at cutting 2 threshold water things
Right.
and make a lot of progress quickly if we know we're going air.
I am happy to add both the cores, and that's pretty much all I care about for artifacts. Is there anything you guys see in here that you want?
I don't remember if you mentioned it on stream or not, but did you? What was your thoughts on stone? Have you on Philosopher's Stone?
It's fine. I kind of evaluate the cores a little bit higher. It depends on what the deck
Okay.
wants to do, but generating 1 mana is better than a cost reduction in most instances, because when you've played this game, you'll know your deck can run out of steam and inevitably wind up going into top deck mode. So you need to consider how much is the first spell of each element you're casting, costing 1 less, really of value, as opposed to just having the natural mana and or a bonus to your affinity. And in dual colored lists, I find that the core is just generally better. The only list I would maybe want to run Philosopher's Stone in is a high, like 3 to 4 color, potentially like elementalist build. But no, that's maybe a benefit for you, the listener. If you were thinking about buying one of these, I don't think it's mainlineable in every deck, although I do say, and there's good reason for it. It's great. I just think late game, if you pull this and you're in top deck mode, it feels awful. I would rather have the cores early, and I still wouldn't feel bad about having the cores because it's just mana. Also, the mana you get from Onyx cores help to fuel the cost of any sort of generically costed things that are non-elemental. This list has less of those to care about, but in a Battle Mage list, it's super potent. So those are my thoughts on Philosopher's Stone. I wouldn't say it's a must include in every list, at least from my experience, and I've all my lists don't run it, and I have never gone wanting for it. I can say that.
Cool. Those are some good thoughts.
Yeah,
That's
but
kind of how I feel about it too.
Did you want it? Did anyone want it?
What was your? No, just get. I just
I don't
wanted
think
to.
so.
I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. What about your thoughts in terms of the cores versus the mixes?
I like the mixes a lot. I'm still pretty high on them because our curve is relatively low. I'm having kind of the same impression here. You know, we could fast track a pirate ship out, and that would be good. That's not a bad thing. The mixes in this game are, we can just look at Mix of Terra for an example. It's an elite. That means we can run 2 of them. You can use this on the same turn you've played it. You just need to sacrifice it. But similar to Magic, it's like a ritual, but it is a cost reduction, not necessarily 3 mana for the turn. I will say, though, the way of its effect of cheating around the threshold is probably the most important aspect in a lot of cases, depending on the things you're trying to cast. And this way you can, play a mixed colored list and be able to splash out potentially something with like a trip or 4 threshold without the concern of it, and also with the cost reduction. I kind of evaluate cores, mixes, stone in that order. I think that the
Cool.
mixes will see more play and get more value than you would from the Philosopher's Stone. And I actually like it quite a bit in Battle Mage because you're usually netting quite a bit of draw. So even if you did pull into this, it's not like a dead draw, because the next thing you pulled can be super advantageous for you. Even just a free grapple shot, I mean, we're looking at Mixoterra, is fantastic. It's quite good. But yeah, the mixes are specific to their elemental affinities, though, so do bear that in mind. You can't use mix of Ignis for your grapple shot. You would need the mix of air, which is
Mix air.
yeah.
You passed it a little bit.
Sorry, it's the only one without the dark background.
It's got the purple. It's underneath
Right.
Onyx Square. Yeah.
Yeah. I like mixes quite a bit, though. I would put them just slightly under cores. They can do a lot of work, though. I mean, sometimes like you hit that big drop early, and they just don't pull into any answers, and they just suffer something beating them for 6, or it could be a lot of scenarios that you can run with this card. Why did he just say he wanted to add the cores? You know what? I've been reading it wrong. It's really just like the best dork you could possibly have. It's just generating 1 mana every single turn. I mean, you can't get much better than that, honestly. So why wouldn't you want free mana? It replaces itself, right? And it gives you Threshold, which is fantastic, and Split Colored List. The only thing here is that we do want water sites, and just because this offers an affinity does not make our sites water, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the only downside of the core here, but I think the cores are must includes. I wound up buying pretty early on just the 4 cores just to get them out of the way. Yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about that order of importance or those effects. Do you guys want to add the mixes, like a 1 of each mix, or you want to just avoid
I don't
them?
think so.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
I don't like the mixes in decks that stay like 5 mana and below. I'm just not big on that. If you have a lot of card advantage, then I think you can afford it. But if you don't, like, the card advantage in this game is hard to come by, and so cracking a mix, like, you're now putting yourself in a situation to get 2 for 1 a lot of the time. Mixes are really good with things like Craterize, Meteor Shower, Major Explosion, because those are magics, 1-time use effect. So there's no real chance for them to 2 for 1 you there. Yeah, like a list like this, any kind of aggressive lower curve list, I'm not big on the mixes at all. And I would even consider no cores in a deck like that if you don't have card advantage, just because drawing a core on turn like 6 and 7 feels really bad in an aggressive shell. So in my aggro decks, I don't play any of the Alchemy 9, none of these cores, none of the mixes, and not the stone. I might play the stone in an aggro deck if I was multi-element, but most mine are mono. I play mono air a lot, so it's not useful there. And I don't have card advantage really in the mono air deck, so I don't even reach for the core because my curve is 4 mana and below. And that turn 6 top deck, if it's a core and not like a grapple shot, I'm in a worse position. So I think everything we've said about the cores, the mixes, and the stones, these things are all true, but it's also there's a lot more to say depending on what the deck is and why it might want something. So core, stone, mixes, none of these I would say are auto includes in your decks. I would say you want to have pretty good line of reasoning to afford them and play them. I think it's fair to start a deck like this with both those cores and then to see how it feels through playtesting. Maybe getting to that 4 or 5 mana mark early isn't that important in testing, and maybe drawing those cards later feels really bad in testing. Or maybe it's the other way around, and ramping out the pirate ship a turn early is huge all the time. So it's just something you gotta try.
Yeah, well, who knows? With Tide Naiads or anything that's double threshold, it could be useful to have that Aquamarine core early. Are you guys on the deviled egg strategy here? Do you want to submerge something and leave a fishy underwater?
I think this card is definitely interesting in Waveshaper. So if we read Waveshaper, she has a few, like, not literal keywords on there, but a few words that are pretty important. She floods, she taps things without submerge. So if I look at those 3 things, all 3 of these things are well, maybe not the tap part, but flooding and submerge, like encouraging to play submerge, both really good with the devil's egg. If you are playing devil's egg, one of the biggest concerns is an enemy root spider or something that could be under the ground and take it. So you really don't want them to get the opportunity to use the devil's egg against you. Being able to flood on command makes that much harder. The other person has to be playing water for them to get a real opportunity to use your egg against you. And water is still not super popular. So in a competitive sense, in a meta kind of sense, you won't see that super often. And then being encouraged to play submerge means that your tide naiads now have this extra line of play where if you get under their sight early with the tide naiads, you just drop the egg in their hand, leave it underground, bring the tide naiads back up to the surface, and now you're doing 3 damage on your turn, and they're taking an extra 1 on their turn. And you can still keep that site flooded and make it difficult for anything to get that egg from you. Life gain and removal really prevalent in our format right now. So having a clock that's difficult to deal with is really interesting and I think worth considering. I think if I was playing Tide Naiads, I would play the 2 Devil's Egg. If I wasn't playing Tide Naiads as a playset, that's where I would start to reconsider the egg. But the 2 of those combined can do a lot of work, and having a clock on your opponent in this game can make or break a lot of matchups.
Just to clarify with the Tide Naiads, the site will need to be a water site before it could submerge to swim into it, but will effectively be a flooded water site after she arrives. So you could technically, use the Waveshaper's ability again to flood a different site, and then whatever the Tide Naiad is on is flooded. And as you were suggesting, you could technically just drop the egg underground. And start doing damage. And by that same, logic, deviled egg, angel's egg, do you want one or both, or just one or the other?
I would lean toward just the devil's egg here. If I'm playing tempo, I don't want a long game. Angel's egg encourages the long game, and it's encouraging it in your favor. But I just don't think I would afford 2 slots for that. In the control shell, I think you would maybe switch, maybe even play both. In tempo, I want to be putting pressure on them as much as possible. And the devil's egg with the combination of water makes it really hard. Like nothing besides a water deck is going to be able to touch that egg.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like, I'll put 2 eggs in for now. Call me crazy, but I kind of like them there. Because we can use other things to just submerge the artifact as well, and that's just another trick. If we're holding something that dies with it, we can still have that advantage of at least drowning it, or whatever we elect to use. Any thoughts on that, Drew, before we move on to air?
No, I love the devil's egg for all the reasons Jackson pointed out. That was very elegantly put.
Okay then. I think we're good to go. Let's just look at what we think is crucial from air for this build. Are there any minions, auras, magics you guys feel would be good for this list? I like Browse a lot. I think we can avoid Browse though here.
Yeah.
Can we look at the
threshold's hard.
Can we look at the minions first?
Yeah, we can.
That would really kind of set the tone.
Right. So for you guys in the audience, you can't quite see the minions we have in the list right now, but we have the Harpooneers, Tide Naiad, Swan Maidens, Fey Changeling, Pirate Ship, Yokai Kappas, Captain Baldassar, Ruler of Thule, and Sea Serpent, which is the 4/4 Waterbound Submerge. So some decent damage there. And the curve is from 2 to 4. I don't think we necessarily need 1-drops for this list. I don't think many lists need 1-drops. I will go ahead and just, that's organized by cost. Okay.
Yeah, the 4 slot so far too, if you can't see it, is pretty muddied right now. So we may want to look at either tweaking that a little bit or keeping our air minions under that 4 threshold spot, or that 4 mana cost spot.
Yeah, I mean, I can honestly see us ditching the Kappa. It depends.
I agree with that. I would probably put them in the sideboard for now, or the maybe board for now.
I do like the Falconeer here with our Swan Maidens, though. I think that's a pretty brutal combo.
Is the maiden a
She's a
beast?
beast. Yeah,
It
I
doesn't
don't
need.
think
Oh,
so.
oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
immortal.
Despite the Swan,
Yeah, it's a
never
little
mind.
confusing.
There's more maiden than swan.
Yeah, apparently. Do we add the airborne burrowers?
No, I
Probably
would
not.
no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think
No.
just like use your flood to turn on that submergibility for the maidens and rely on that probably.
I could see the stalkers being kind of cool and or interesting in this because getting the stalker out on turn 1 is with a tower.
Pretty solid.
I mean, Jackson does it consistently to me, and I hate him for it. So it's pretty strong if we wanted to go that route, but
It's pretty aggro.
it is. Yeah, it's a lot of prep.
It's probably the
It's
most
a-
aggro play in the game is to turn 1 tower Spectral Stalker because it's Void Walk, so you put it right next to their home site and it's attacking for 2 on potentially on your second turn, and they might have only taken 1 turn at that point. So
I'm
it
definitely
is
happy
very
to
aggro.
consider that. I'm definitely happy to consider that, and we can see what other utilities we add to the list. This is just early damage, and I think putting points on the board early like that is smart. It does obviously influence our turn 2, turn 3. We're putting ourselves off of the potential 4-drop early to have a Spectral Stalker. Need to question whether that's worth it or not, but I think our hand's going to tell us more about how we play than anything else. I think it's fair to have Spectral Stalker and still want to play a 4-drop on turn 3, right?
Yeah.
Stalker feels perfect for tempo. Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's a good idea. Probably better than Vril Revenant because the Avatar can kill it. But it's interesting. I see Headless Haunt a lot. I don't know how you guys feel about this one. I feel like sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not. It's random, and we're not trying to deal with random outcomes necessarily here. I just see this one frequently. If you guys care about this minion, let me know. I don't think here, but
I've been experimenting with it lately. I don't think it belongs here. It's nothing but the randomness in this deck. You're not like, I mean, you could play blinks, but then you're like blinking to make sure it hits, and you could be doing better things with blink than like hoping you get a good roll that's even blinkable. I think it is a good card in different decks, not here. I play a mono air deck that can turn this card online constantly, and not even with things like the Kathira mechanism that allow you to choose the result of the roll. I'm using things like my avatar to push it if it lands on my site so it can get in attack range, or grapple shot to bring it from my backline into their face, or blinks there. And yeah, I'm getting higher on this card as I'm playing with it. Also, the promo so cool. It's the Headless Haunt with the pumpkin in his hand. So that's really cool. But in this deck, it's just you're going to be completely reliant on the RNG, and I wouldn't stretch for that, especially it being 2 air threshold as well.
Yeah, I kind of want to lean towards things that are 1 air threshold.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, if we can avoid having to commit to air sites early when we really want to have water sites down, so far as minions are concerned. So I'm probably going to skip over like things like Phantasmal Shade, Phase Assassin. I like Balloon Pegasus. I think it's a good rate. A 3/3 flyer, 3 for 3 flyer. Like if this was a magic card, that's pretty solid. Obviously, something like the Hippogriffs here is a little bit better because it can do that damage instantaneously, but it does require the 2 threshold. Spire Lich is cute. I don't think it's necessary for us. A card that I find to be very good in air at the 5 cost slot is the Dapperel Vampire. It's fantastic. It's life gain if you are hitting opposing avatar or opposing minions, and it's a 5 for 4. 4 is also difficult to remove. In a lot of instances, it will probably be a 2 for 1 for your opponent. I like this card a lot. I think it's splashable. It's high costed though. But the time this comes down, if it sticks, it's probably coming at the right moment because the life gain is useless if we haven't lost any life at that point. So gaining 4 life mid to late game seems pretty decent to me. But you guys let me know what you think about this one.
I agree. I mean, I love just Dapperel by herself. I do love this card. Crazy good with towers. Getting it out on turn 4 is very strong for us if we could do it like that. Yeah, one threshold. There's not a lot to not like about this card. I think it does fit the deck pretty well, and I think this is a good top end for us. Is something like this opposed to like the 5 mana water shark. Getting that life back is definitely beneficial, and that's something that we could have a problem with is losing life in this water deck. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Sorry if you
I
guys can
consider
hear my
this a.
cat wailing in the background. You know what? Here.
Oh, I
If
Oh,
you
I
want
thought
to
couldn't
that
talk,
hear it.
I thought
Jackson,
that
I'll
was
be right
you.
back. I'll be right. No.
Okay.
No. I'll be right back.
Should I go get my cat? She's been in the other room,
Talk
so
through,
I can
talk through
focus.
your thoughts on it though.
Oh, I was gonna say I think Dapper is a format-defining card in my opinion. You're gonna see it a
Mhm.
lot. It does a lot of work. If it's not killed immediately, it
Yeah.
completely turns the game around. I mean, if you hit your enemy avatar with this, like this happened to me the other day. Someone had it out. I didn't have an answer for it at the time, and the way I attack is different because a lot of my stuff will just die to this, and he'll gain life. So it buys you time. It's a really good clock because it's basically an 8 power swing, or it's like an 8. What do you call it? There's an 8-point life total difference when you hit the enemy avatar with this vampire. And it's
Yeah.
worth celebrating at a rave like that when you do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's good. The only thing to consider here is it does push us to 5. Maybe it's just the only thing we play at 5, or maybe we raise our curve a little bit and go a little bit more mid-range with the build. Stuff like the hounds might be worth playing here, or just another. There's nothing
Yeah.
really. There's nothing really great about 5 mana in water for minions, if I'm remembering.
Not
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say
necessarily.
this is worth being the top of your curve. So if we didn't find a good reason to go above um, 5 or to get another 5 drop, Dapril would be probably the best in stop for our curve.
I'm happy ending with Dapril. Drew's
Yeah,
camera
I think
cut
that's
out and
fair.
it decided to show me twice. So ignore
I'm
that.
looking at that. That's actually
Yeah.
more entertaining to see you twice.
Well, we'll leave it there.
Yeah.
This is my my adept illusionist clone.
Oh
All
yeah.
right. So we've got the
Nice.
vamps in there. I think that makes sense. I think we can move away from minions here. I want to stick with our water minions and maybe just use a handful of magics from air, and then we can balance out our spellbook before moving to sites, which should hopefully be fairly easy to commit to.
Yeah, and if
Dream Quest.
also with
Oh,
a
sorry.
DAP roll, point about that too is if you're playing like a best of 3 opponent,
Mhm.
they'll hold removal for the DAP roll because they know that you have it. So it's a pretty strong card even when it's not played.
Yeah. No, I agree. So interesting. Your cameras, everything shifted. Let me know if you get your camera back on. We'll fix that. We'll try to
Yeah,
fix
I'll
that.
let
We'll
you know.
see. Yeah, but don't worry about it for now.
Okay.
Let's go blink. I think we can run some blinks. I don't know how many, but I feel like we can run a handful. If you guys want, I don't see the harm in running lightning bolt.
Yeah, if we're here and we're in air, I mean, I don't see why not.
Do you feel like grapple shot is worth it with our waterbound boys and girls? Well, how many do we have of those? You know, grapple shot's pretty good regardless. It's just a good way to double down and kill something in a lot of instances because you are just strictly striking it. You may, mind you, you don't have to. Thoughts on the shot?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a really good card, but if we are like if our best grapple shot targets are the pirate ship and the sea serpent, then I don't know if I'd stretch for it just because you have to already be. I don't know. There's just a lot of hoops to jump through because your target has to be in the water,
Mm-hmm.
and you like the pirate ship has to be in the water too, because if the pirate ship's not in the water, it's disabled, and a disabled unit cannot grapple shot. So there's definitely some hoops there to jump through to ensure that this does what you want it to do. And I think pirate ship's one of the best things we could be doing in the list, and it having waterbound makes me think we don't go for the grapple. The
I think
dap
it's
roll with the grapple is really, really good, but if that's like the only thing you're benefiting from the grapple, then yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would stretch that far.
I kind of like Wind Blast for this deck. Moving things within, so it's only everything atop site. So burrowed things, submerged things, ignore this, but it is good for mobilizing your board because if it pushes towards the edge of a thing, it just won't move, right? So this is a good way to advance our units forward, provided that's something we like to do, move opposing units off our sites. There's a lot of situations where this is good. I feel like this is one of those slept on cards. I like the utility of this. It can be a double-edged sword, but I think it's pretty useful in a lot of situations. Again, the stuff in our deck, though, that's waterbound, clearly not useful.
The cool thing about this too, it actually could make it more viable, is because with Wind Blast, you can push from your opponent to you, so you can push them onto your water sites, and then you can swing with with your waterbound stuff. So I think it's spicy. It's underplayed. I know Jackson and I have experimented with it in the past. It's definitely a slept on card, and it would be kind of cool to bring them closer to us, their avatars, their minions, and we've got some big chonkers that could do a lot of damage. And so if they have to come to our turf instead of us going to them, that'd be fun.
I like that. I like that a lot too. I think that from here we can probably balance our numbers unless there's any other utilities or auras from air that you guys would like to use.
What about Thunderstorm? And what are you guys' thoughts on that? Did we talk about auras yet?
We have not. There's only a handful in air. Summoning Sphere, Wall of Air, Evil Presence, and Thunderstorm. We can skip Evil Presence for this specific build. Summoning Sphere is interesting, but not for us. Wall of Air, the walls in general. I don't know if you necessarily use them in many constructed lists, but Thunderstorm has 2 air affinities, so this would be the highest for us. But it has a 3-turn clock, and it deals 3 damage to a random unit atop affected sites. Auras take they go at the intersection, so there's 4 affected sites, and then it can move 1 step at the end of your turn as well. It's decent for putting on some damage early on, and I think this is another one of those things that you could turn 3 potentially get out. I think it's going to have to be like a core into a site play that gets this out there, unless we did the Stalkers turn 1 and then we happen to do turn 3, our last site is another tower, and then we can hit Thunderstorm. So I question like the playability early.
Yeah.
I think it's fine if and when it hits later, though. It is at end of turn, so if you play this atop sites where you have things that can submerge, just put them underwater and then take the random aspect out of this in a lot of cases.
I'd probably say it's a no in this deck. The double air really hurts, and again, like I said before, it's that 4 spot. Like, is that what we want to be doing on 4? The potential to do 3 damage to the avatar. We've got the ship. We've got some other things at 4 that might be more beneficial for us to play. So I'd probably say this is a no.
Yeah, and just to follow up, I feel like Thunderstorm's a little. I don't know if it's as good as people want it to be. Let me just say that. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
And there aren't many auras in air, but there's certainly lists that benefit from it. I mean, obviously, Enchantress probably likes it, maybe. I think that there are other auras that are maybe even better. But yeah, Jackson, any thoughts on Thunderstorm?
Yeah, I don't think it synergizes well with Waveshaper because if you're tapping stuff down, like it's still going to lower the odds of the Thunderstorm. And the biggest counterplay, or at least the most common counterplay to Thunderstorm, is just to have a thing that's more than 3 power sit there with you. So your avatar's ability doesn't get rid of that thing, it just taps it down. Playing a Thunderstorm on top of their avatar potentially just gives them value out of that tapped minion.
Mm-hmm.
And double threshold, again, yeah, I don't think we want to go that far. This is a really good card, though. It's just not for this list. But the skill ceiling on this card is really high. Like, there's a lot of lines of plays with a Thunderstorm that can be incredibly powerful. Often for me, it kills a 3 power or less minion, and then it walks straight onto their avatar and it says, okay, find an answer. Because if not, you're going to take 6 damage this next turn, and I'm going to continue to hit you with other things while this gains value. So it's a very interesting card. You can impact the odds. You can use it as removal and then as a threat on top of them because it can walk after it does its thing.
I've definitely
So yeah,
mixed it out
it's really good.
early game, and just had to do 9 damage directly to the avatar, which is nearly half their life. So there's playability here. I just think not for this list. I think at that
Yep,
point, though,
I agree.
we should probably balance the numbers of our minions and then go to our sites. So I'm happy with the pair of deviled eggs. I like the cores for now. I think we should look at our minions first and then our magics. Currently, our spell book is sitting at 25, so we have 15 slots to fill up. The vampires, 2 or 3?
Probably pay 3 here.
Yeah.
I think start with 3 if you feel like you're seeing it too much, like go down. But it's going to be one of the more powerful things you could be doing.
This is a tougher one. Sea Serpent. Where do you want
This
this
is
at?
ordinary, right?
This is ordinary for a 4-drop. Submerge Waterbound.
I might not add anything here. I might start with the pirate ship because I think the pirate ship is going to be stronger for you. And
Interesting.
if I was building this deck, I would like start with the cards I think are going to be the most powerful for me, and then get their numbers up and see if I have room for things like Sea Serpent.
You prefer?
Because to me, I prefer the ship. I mean, 5 power is just, it's really relevant. There are very few things that kill 5 power.
Do you want
Not
to
having submerge is not the biggest deal.
Well, yeah, I guess not. It depends. Again, just make sure it's out of way of your Waveshaper's effect. But I think what's really going to happen is that you'll flood the thing, and then the pirate ship will go into it, right?
Yeah.
3 or 4? How do you guys feel?
I don't know. I might start with 4. I really think this is one of the strongest things that you can be doing with the shell that we have here.
I certainly would like to turn 3 it, and we have that capability, right?
Yeah,
in tandem with the towers, I think it's a good card to push early.
How is your opponent that's playing mono air going to answer this?
Yeah,
you know
it's
what I mean?
literally
like it's very difficult.
Chaos Twister or nothing. Like,
yeah,
it's hard for everyone to answer. Even Fire would struggle to answer this, especially if it came down early.
Spark Mage could maybe can put some hate on it and kill it, right?
That's the thing, right? Like, it demands an answer. I think 5 power just demands an answer by itself in our meta right now.
I'm gonna maybe board the Serpents for now, because I think we definitely want to up our magics. So that's our definite 4-drop. We have the Dapple Vampires at 5. Baldassar and Ruler of Thule make a total of 6 4-drops for us for now. Fate Changeling, are we still high on it for this particular build? We think it's good tempo play?
I don't know if I'd mainboard it. I do like it, but
the way we've developed the deck, I don't know. Maybe this, I think that was a little bit more like low ball before, but now adding in like the Dapril and the pirate ship and stuff, I don't think we necessarily need. We've got bodies now, to make the deck a little bit stronger. So sorry, Jackson, go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking of Ruler of Thule with Spectral Stalker. But I mean, I've already moved on to away from Fate Changing. I think we all kind of feel like it's maybe sidelineable and is maybe a potential tempo play for a necessary opponent.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're playing the eggs, you might want to just consider the playset of Tide Naiads. It's going to be your best egg carrier. You'll have turns where turn 2 you floodplain and play the Tide Naiad submerged under the floodplain. So your next turn you flood forward with your floodplain. Tide Naiad just swims in. You drop the egg in their hands, and you're good to go. And just having flood on a body will be useful if we're still playing things like Riptide and Drown.
I think add 3 of that's good, right?
I think too, if we go the route of the Devil's Egg, which I totally agree with, the Stalkers become even more valuable too. So being able to play a Stalker turn 1 and or potentially being able to play an egg early as well and put it into their hands on their back line is strong. The stalkers make ruler better because the stalkers are almost always on the opponent's back line. So, yeah.
And our cores can help us play out
Ooh.
the egg. Check that out.
Ooh.
Yeah, you could turn 2 egg.
I think Victoria wants to take the credit for your core obsession now, by the way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't realize it was a dork. I thought it was another cost reducer. And I just read it as that. And I'm like, wait, this is just generating mana. This is better than the Earth card that generates mana. Why would you could even play this off color if you wanted to, and you're still generating mana. It seems good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my deck that I played at VinCon, it was just an air fire deck, but I played all 4 cores because you're still getting mana.
Exactly. How solid is that? Like, why wouldn't you want that? I mean, hey, there's reasons. Harpooneers. I'm gonna.
I think we cut.
Side maybe board. Yeah. Okay. But I do want to take a look at the Swan Maidens. These are still good for us. Very good. And these also play with the deviled eggs just as well. Like they can submerge.
Mm-hmm.
We can flood a thing, have it drop the eggs off. Literally leave it there, and then leave it flooded, unflooded. Who knows? I don't know if we need a full set of these Swan Maidens.
Yeah, we're pretty dense at 2 now.
Yeah.
So I think something here. I don't know. Some people like to play low counts of their cards. I'm more of the guy who would rather play the play set or 3 of instead of having like 3 different cards at like 2 each. I'd rather have like 2 at 3, like that kind of thing.
No, I get that.
So I don't know how you prefer to play. Some people like the variance, and it does make it a little more difficult for the opponent to, predict your lines in the early game. But
question:
8 2-drops is a lot.
Yeah. No,
question:
Yeah.
Do you think like I like the idea of the Tide Naiads, but do you think we could cut the Tide Naiads and go, since we're playing ruler, since we're playing most importantly the Devil's Eggs, would swapping out the Naiads for the polar bears be better? Because again, we can get on their back line to drop the eggs, and yes, like the Tide Naiads making things a site flooded is nice, but I mean the Avatar does that already, and the Tide Naiads aren't going to be on the opponent's side of the board as much, like on their back line. And if we are playing ruler, like it may be worth it to kind of go into that, because if we're just playing the ruler just because it's a cool card, then it's not that strong and there's not as much synergy. So I could see a better case for the polar bears, and also we don't have to worry about the double threshold as well.
I'm happy to remove the Naiads solely for the double threshold, because I don't think we're going to play it on curve as frequently. And I think that personally the Swan Maidens are going to do the same thing for us in a lot of cases, along with Waveshaper. If we want to flood a thing, submerge it and drop eggs off just to secure those eggs where they are. But I don't mind the polar bear idea either. If I'm not mistaken, the polar bear is 2 for 2 and it can move north and south, right?
Right.
I still like the Swan Maidens just a little bit more because they're evasion.
Right.
I think these are better for the egg.
Yeah.
The reason I agree with cutting the Tinads. I think that makes sense, especially since we're dual threshold now. But you just gotta be really careful with an egg that's not underground. Like an egg on the surface in a minion's hand, it often ends up in the other person's control at one point or another, and it's backbreaking sometimes when that happens. So that's the reason I like the Naiad so much for the egg. I think the Swan Maidens can do that same thing and have extra utility, and at 1 threshold, I like the Swan Maidens over the bears here because of that submerge. Sometimes you're just going to want to put that egg under the water and just use the egg. Like sometimes that will be enough, even if you feel like you need to keep the maidens there. Being able to protect that egg is really important, and having it taken from you in any way is really, really bad. So that's what I would be cautious of.
Do you think the deck can survive with because I'm a huge Maidens fan as well, Stalker fan as well. I just think if we are going to play ruler, that could this deck benefit from also having the bears? Because
It's just
what
a
are we
lot
using?
at 2 mana, right?
Oh,
Like it
Well,
feels like a lot.
I guess
What are
my
we
thing
doing with
is,
the rule then?
with the amount of mobility effects we have and ruler being a one of in the list, I feel like ruler is potentially just icing on the cake for if we really do use the wind blast effect, we can push everything to the north point, right? Um I feel like ruler
Yeah.
just as a one of with charge in the deck is probably enough, and if we are playing for the ruler, we can start mobilizing our minions to get them to a potential ruler attack. You know what I mean? Like if
Yeah.
we see it in our hand, we're like, okay, well, I know that within X amount of steps, I can have Swan Maidens where they'll be doing 3 damage next turn. Then I'll prepare for that, because it's such a mid to late game play. I feel like pending we have the minions on the board still, we can play into the effect just as well without having to commit to polar bears.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track with that line of reasoning. And it's important to remember, like, it's a 5x4 grid. If you're already attacking their sites and you get the
Yeah.
ruler in your hand, you're only one step from that back line. You don't have to go from your back line to their back line. That part, like, you don't have to do that. You could do it with the ruler with charge, just to ensure that it is on their back line and that's strong. But if you've got Swan Maiden and a pirate ship on their second site, you're only one step from the ruler buff. And yeah, I wouldn't build around it because it's unique. I would treat this as a paradigm shifter. You get this in your hand, now you can start thinking about the amount of damage you can do out of nowhere. And yeah, maybe even the next turn, if you're already positioned in a good spot and it's lucky enough to, if you're like, what am I trying to say? I think often you can either hold this for 2 turns and then be ready to go, or you might even be able to immediately use it that next turn and still get a ton of value out of it. This just changes the way the game's played. And I mean, it's 3 plus whatever else you have available to attack that back line. And that combat math can be huge. It could be the difference between them being at 2 life and Death's Door that turn.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
very true.
I
Very
like it
true.
as a paradigm shifter. And I think the strong uniques in this game are that kind of thing where the game's going like this and it feels this way. Now you have a ruler in your hand and you change the way that game is progressing just by introducing a new effect. And so wouldn't build around it. I would use it in a deck that's already looking to be aggressive and wants the opportunity to play a nice trick and do some extra damage.
So with the spellbook the way it is now, we have 10 slots available to increase or decrease cards. I think we should probably look at our magics, and blink probably being the foremost thing we should consider. I'm happy to have 3 to 4 of these in the deck. I think they're just that good.
Do y'all think we drop Riptide now that we're playing Blink?
No, because you can still pull units. It's like the inverse, right? Because blink will only work on your things, but Riptide will work on your opposing things.
Right.
I still think there's value there. I think they're
Okay.
very different cantrips in that sense because it only teleports an ally nearby. I think that Riptide is still going to be good for bunching up minions for the Waveshaper effect.
I think
Provided
we could drop Geyser.
right.
Yeah.
I do think that of the cantrips, Geyser is probably the weakest link here. If we were still mono water, it's maybe considerable, but I'm off it. Are we happy with 4 and 4 though with those cantrips? I think that's pretty solid.
I might take one
Seems
down to
heavy.
3.
Yeah,
I
it seems
just,
heavy.
yeah, having like 8, I'd kind of call these combat tricks. I know you can do other things with them, but um,
I like Riptide at 3 and Blink at 4.
yeah, I would start there and then see how it feels because sometimes you'll mulligan and you'll end up looking at like a Riptide and a Blink, and then like whatever that third card is, it's probably still a bad hand. You know what I mean? So that
Yeah.
you want to be careful with. Like you need to see minions early, and the more combat tricks you're playing, the less often you're seeing those minions early.
Are you
So it's just something to
happy?
watch.
Are you happy with a split of 3 and 3 for Bolt and Ice Lance?
I think we can look at Bolt is definitely a good option, but did we talk about Shackles in the artifacts?
I do not believe so, but I will put it on the screen for
Um,
people. Shackles is an interesting one.
yeah.
It's not necessarily removal. but Iron
Right.
Shackles can be conjured to target enemy minion, and Bara is disabled. So they do have the opportunity to, destroy the Iron Shackles, but
Hmm.
that
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
that. I mean, this
Yeah,
is a
it's
tempo
not something I'm
nerf.
necessarily advocating for, just so your audience can kind of see like this is something that doesn't require any threshold. It is kind of like a pseudo removal, not necessarily, but it does kind of stop them in their tracks. But yeah, like you were saying, that you can remove the shackles, you can bury them or submerge them, and then that minion would be um, kind of free to do its thing.
Our cores do help play this out, but
Yeah, they definitely do.
I personally I kind of want to rely on the Waveshaper's ability more often than not, and I think
Mhm.
that maybe subverts the need for shackles, and that's why I'm kind of high on Riptide, because it does allow us the playability of our Waveshaper's effect.
Yeah, the interesting thing about shackles, and that like some people don't realize when you're disabling things, is that if you attack into it, even though they're shackled, you as the offense can swing at that thing and they don't swing back.
Mm-hmm.
So you can shackle something for the time being, build your board out, and then if you still want to get rid of that minion, you still can.
Right. If it
But
has 5 or more power, that means the Dapple Vampire just has a little blood bag to keep leeching.
Yeah.
right, exactly. So yeah,
It's kind of
there's
cool.
some benefits to having it, and then also we got to think of, you know, lightning bolt good enough? Is 3 damage good enough? It's like the big minions. We do have some big bodies, obviously, that can handle like the 4 and 5 powers, which is good. It's just, do we, is 3 damage good enough for the early game? I would say yes. But what happens if someone plays a 4 drop out? You know what I mean? Like, what is that doing
Mm.
for us?
I guess it becomes a 2-for-1, and hopefully that you can survive that exchange.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah, I love lightning bolt, but just to have consider the shackles, it's can be very good.
It's fair
And
enough.
people think that just because they shackle it, they have to like totally disregard that minion, but you are able to get rid of it.
Uh,
But
thoughts
yeah,
on the thoughts on the shackles?
I've had good experience with the shackles. I play a lot of mono air, which has basically no hard removal. It has Chaos Twister, which is an elite, and for those who don't know, it's RNG dependent, so you can't even necessarily guarantee its effect. So I played shackles in a shell like that, and it ends up being very tempo. Yeah, it's got a
yeah,
tempo line to it because they can potentially get rid of it, but it often means that I'm getting attacks in for the next 2 or 3 turns before they get rid of it, and that could be the world of difference. Here, though, I think I'd rather play Drown. I'd rather have something
mm-hmm,
just a little bit more reliable. Um, I think the Shackles is really cool, and in a multi-element deck, if you're looking for removal that you can always guarantee you can cast, then Shackles is definitely worth considering there.
Yeah, I don't think
Um,
Drown is going to be difficult for us to hit, though. So
yeah.
I'm happy to put Drown at 3. If not higher, we do have a few more spells to pad out this list. But Drown at 3, we have the Wind Blast, the Lightning Bolts, and the Ice Lances at 1. I'm just thinking of these more as closers at this point. If we just need to do the damage,
for sure.
having like 6 total in the list does help us get there. And this feels like a list that probably does need closers. We have some mobility again with Riptide and Blink to just advance and potentially get the kill that way as well. But these are still good for removing. Again, Ice Lance is a little bit better, but Lightning Bolt could potentially remove the blocker or just kill the Avatar in some instances. Mm.
I don't think I'd play both. I think I would look at both and decide which one I want and not play both. I just don't know. Like, we only have 15 minions right now.
Well,
Or like, how
they're doing
tempo are we?
they're doing different things. We can certainly add more minions. I'm happy to remove the Lightning Bolt just to put us off that affinity and then
Yeah,
focus on the Lance instead.
it could be actually the lance that's the cut, only because of the mobility factor. Like if we are pushing things around, we just have to keep in mind that, you know, as of right now, we have no spellcaster. So the Ice Lance is going to come out of the hand of our Waveshaper. and is that going to be in a cardinal direction from the opponent's avatar? We obviously have a lot of ways of moving things, but will it line up that way every time? I don't know. So, yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like lightning bolt is great, but if they stack their sight because they're anticipating a lightning bolt, then its probability goes down of you hitting them. Ice Lance is a sure thing as long as you're in that line of sight. So it could be interesting. It's just we really have to start thinking about where we're going to be placing sights if we want to rely on Ice Lance as being that finisher, which it's so great at being.
I think Ice Lance also synergizes better with Waveshaper than the Lightning Bolt does, because if you're in the situation where you're tapping something down, like let's say you're locking like a huge threat down every turn, if they just sit there with that threat, then your Lightning Bolt's a coin toss now, and you might not be able to afford to let the threat untap and walk. And even if you do, they might choose to just keep it there anyway if they're at death's door. So the Lightning Bolt won't get the kill there, or at least it's a coin toss, which is really bad. It feels really bad. Where Ice Lance synergizes, even if they're sitting with their tapped minion, you can still just pierce the projectile and choose your target.
Yeah, and if you're going into a new matchup with an opponent, like a lot of the times people will feel safe behind their wall of minions. Yeah. And this is easy to get around. So
yeah, it's one of the best finishers in the game, and you're playing Blink and Riptide. Like you're not hurting for mobility.
Yeah, with the Blink in particular, I feel like we'll be able to get them. Outside of a Pathfinder, I feel like most avatars remain within a few spaces from the starting zone.
Yeah,
and I feel like we'll be able to get there just with the Blink alone. So this on top of that as a finisher seems fine. If we want to remove the Lightning Bolt, I'm happy to do that, or at least have it on the sideboard for now. If we think that it's a better closer, then I think we should switch back to it. So far as the count for Ice Lance is concerned, though, are you guys happy at 3? Or do you want 4?
I wouldn't go 4. Yeah. I'd say 2. I'd say 3 or even 2. Yeah, because it's going to be a finisher. I don't think you're going to be casting this early very often. But at that same time, you might want to make sure you find it.
Yeah, it does help change the combat math a little bit on some attacks as well. Like for larger things
That's
that
true.
you want to bring down, right? It'll help, our pirate ship get the kill on something that might be larger.
Or remove a chump blocker.
Right.
There's utility.
3. Yeah. Try 3. Try 3 at first.
I still like it. I think that Wind Blast is sort of the wild card here. This seems like it could probably be a 2. It may not be useful.
I don't know. This is what makes like your decks unique. Stuff like this and things that other people aren't doing that are like, oh wow, it actually works really well to Wind Blast their things onto my water site so I can destroy their things with my waterbound minions.
It really makes me want the Mariner's Curse in here just to insist.
Yeah. But remember that also affects you as well. So
right. And enter would count as teleporting in, so you can't really cheese around it too easily.
The way I see people play around it's with like foot soldier tokens, things they don't mind drowning, so the big thing could swing after. That's the best line that I see.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, so Wind Blast I think is going to help us push or pull things within range to kill, depending on how we play our sites. I'm happy with it at 2 for now. It's a utility I want to minimally test, and then we can remove it should we not like it. We do have 5 spells, though, in our spell book to play with. Anything you guys in particular want to include at this point that you think we're missing?
I just look at minions.
Yeah, exactly. I think I might want 20 minions.
Yeah.
Half a deck full of minions will feel pretty fair for tempo.
Let's look at the 3 drops too, because especially if you go back to the list, like the editor, like the deck finder searcher, and like do a filter for 3 drops in minion air water, and do go to advanced search and do cost 3. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we are playing air, so we can ramp into this usually on turn 2. So this is a pretty strong slot to really be tempo. So is there any good 1 threshold minions that we would consider here?
Apprentice Wizard. Okay,
The Kelpie's
I
interesting.
was gonna say, yeah, the Kelpie are fun for us. He carries it and disables. And have you guys ever played with the Bullfrog?
Yeah, a little
Played
bit.
against it, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cute. I don't know. I mean, they have to be on one of your sites for you to use it.
Wind Blast.
Yeah, that's true. It
I think the
feels more
Kelpie is fun.
controlling than tempo to me, but it is cool. I definitely think um, from a lot of your suggestions and things that you would love to play a more controlling Waveshaper list.
This is tempo. I mean, you're taking
Yeah.
them off damage. Yeah, I mean, and they have to kill this thing to get it back, right? So I
Yeah,
like it.
that's
I think
true.
the double water affinity is kind of rough, though. I
Right.
think the reason you want to look at this specifically, Drew, is the fact that we could potentially like turn 2 these with a water site
Yes.
into a tower. So I think like things like Kelpie obviously makes sense.
Kelpie and the Pegasus are kind of the two that jump to me.
Because they're just
Absolutely.
3 damage.
Pegasus is cool too, yeah. I think
And they have no downside. Neither one has
both
a
of those are
downside.
really strong slots, and I think we should seriously look at the number, not if we're going to play these, really just the number of playing these. Kelpies work really well with Waveshaper, and then Pegasus works really well with Devil's Eggs. So getting that out turn 2, if we were to able to put a tower up on our site in front of our home site, and then we turn 2 like a Pegasus, and then on turn 3 we put the egg in the Pegasus hand, and then just drop it over onto the opponent's side of the board. That's huge.
Would you right, and you don't mean physically drop, you just attack and leave the Pegasus where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Drop. Like, yeah. Not literally like get him out of its hand, meaning just drop it over there. Yeah, send it over there.
Right. And rules clarity. After you make an attack, you can't take that special action, correct? So you would need to, if you did want to drop it off, you would need to drop it off before you made an attack with the minion or unit, I should say.
That's correct.
But yeah.
You can't participate in combat with the like artifact in your hands and then drop it. Yeah.
I think that's for the sole purpose, I suppose, of like not exchanging, flaming swords or something. Like you can't double down.
Right.
But in this instance, it does kind of affect if you wanted to drop the egg off, like physically drop it off. Any reason for Guile Sirens? I mean, I kind of like the idea of nearby enemy minion takes a step towards the sirens. Like that's
so I was pretty low. I was pretty low on this card for a while, but with Waveshaper, you want them to step into a position where you can potentially tap them down anyway. And I saw this played with Free City, because this card doesn't need to be in the water to work. In fact, if it's submerged, it doesn't work. So the submerge is almost a trap. A lot of people assume that it works underwater, and it doesn't. They just sat it on a Free City, and now things are stepping toward a free attack on that Free City, and that was really interesting. That list was mono water though, so it could afford some utility sites where like some threshold less sites doesn't produce water or air. In this one, it's a little bit harder sell for me. It is really cute with the Waveshaper though. But I don't know. Double threshold again. So how often are we playing that on turn 2, turn 3? Where the Coral and the Kelpie and the Pegasus are going to come through a lot more often. And that early game damage is important.
At the start of your turn too, so you do need to wait a turn for it. I think I'm almost leaning towards the Pegasus a little bit more than I am the Kelpie. Oddly.
No, I think that's good. I think that's I would go with the Pegasus. I'd go like 3 to 4 Pegasus and maybe like 2 Kelpies if you were to add both of them.
Right, we do have the slots for both of them, so we can do 2 Kelpie, 3 Pegasus, and that makes
because look at our deck right now. We've only got, before that we had no 3 drops, and if we're playing towers, like it doesn't make sense to not play 3 drops.
And again, your hand will inform you, like maybe you want to just hold off so you can do the early Bulbasaur with your whatever tower you might be holding, but you get 3 one-of opportunities to do it. I like this construction. 15 spells, 4 artifacts, 20 minions, and then 1 Atlantean Fate. Pretty solid. Like Atlantean Fate is sort of our version of Earthquake, more or less.
Yeah.
A little bit more costly, but still extremely good. It only affects non-ordinary sites, though. I learned that. Just make sure
Right.
placement matters. But even still, very good. I think we can do our sites and get some playtesting in. As a matter of fact, if you guys are good with that, let's do.
Yeah.
I don't know how many non-affinity sites we want to incorporate, if any. So
I'd start with 0. I think in a tempo deck like this, like any kind of faster deck, it's really hard to incorporate thresholdless sites unless you're just one element.
Yeah.
Because you really want to make sure you're doing things in those first 4 turns. And if you're waiting to draw the right element on your site, then you're losing tempo and it feels really bad.
I did not look at the split here. Just quickly, we have 61 water, 38 air. It's interesting how that percentage doesn't really work out, but that's okay.
Well, I think it includes the artifacts, so we're
Right.
not going to add up to 100.
Let's just say 60-40, and this will shape how many air sites we actively include. I think just to start, though, incorporating 3 of the lighthouses makes a good deal of sense. Outside of
Yep.
that, I'm not too concerned about any of the other multicolored lands. Like, we're not going to use the color of Out of Space or a Pristine Paradise here, I don't imagine. Let's start with our ordinary site count first, and then use utility sites. Does that seem fair? Do we care about the scry from Rivers, or do we just want like some other utilities?
I love
like,
the scries. These always feel so good to me because especially in a list like this, like if you already are holding a blink and you've got a minion on the field and you see a blink on top, like it's pretty easy to put that to the bottom and just let that next card hit your hand. Yeah, I don't know. I like these. It's a great turn 1 play, especially since, well, I guess we are playing stuff like the Stalker, but yeah, I don't know. I'd play Rivers and Floodplains and then we'll go from there probably. I think the floodplain will always find a way to be useful. It also helps you meet your water threshold in an awkward hand.
Mhm.
So if you have like 2 air sites in a floodplain, on your turn you can floodplain one of your own sites, and that does give you water threshold from that site now. So now you can start playing things like the Baldassar or the Ruler of Thule, even though you only
Yeah.
have 1
Right, because
water
you'll
site on
want
the
to
field.
convert those towers later anyways. That makes sense to me. Are we on 3 floodplains? I think we are.
A free flood is just really good. I think start at 3, see what it feels like. If you think you're seeing it too often and rather see other utility, then go to 2, but start with 3, I'd say.
Do you guys like Undertow at all for advancing?
I like
units?
Undertow, but not as much here. You're already pretty mobile.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to elements, then you probably don't need the Undertow here. You're not playing the Shark, so that like free move isn't as big as it would be. Yeah.
Right. I'm happy with just going Rivers floodplain, and so far as the count is concerned,
What about Maelstrom?
Maelstrom is right here. I'll show you guys.
Bringing things closer to you.
Yeah, I love these. God, I love these effects. So yeah, this is a site with repeatable value. At the start of your turn, you may pull each minion in this body of water 1 step. Each minion.
And you may, so it's not something you have to do, but it's all or nothing. So you pull in every minion or no minions.
And with this site, you do actually choose the steps that they take. It's like one of the few things in the game that forces a movement like that. It's a step movement, and you as the controller of the Maelstrom decide how they walk toward the Maelstrom. So if there's 2 equally short paths, like the same distance, you could choose the one they take that's more favorable for you. And that can be really strong. I mean, this card changes games when things line up correctly.
Yeah, and you can choose, like he was saying, if you've got multiple minions on one site, you can choose each of those minions to go in different directions as long as they're the same equal distance away from you. So you can like separate them if you wanted to.
it's pulling towards the maelstrom, correct? If you're on top of the
Right.
maelstrom, that's it for the movement, right? So I guess the benefit is for a minion to be on top of this, you to pull theirs closer, and then potentially get the attack off on it, and or wave shape it. You know, there's a lot of utility here. I think
Mhm.
as a one of, it's great for the list. I do want to. I'm just gonna cut some of these rivers. I'll cut the winter rivers.
Oh,
Before
but
going
that's
on
the
full.
prettiest one.
I
Come
know.
on.
I think that we should try to incorporate a handful of Gothic towers, not Gothic, just towers in general. I'm really high on Observatory. I think it's one of the better sites in the game.
And it's really good with rivers. I mean, you just put the one you want to scry away on top, and now you're not brainstorm blocking yourself and stuff. So
Right.
yeah, it's really good with the rivers.
Do you like having the two elites in there?
Yeah, two's pretty free. I don't think you'll. Yeah, I mean, if you see two observatories in a game, like how often is that going to hurt you, especially with the combination of these rivers?
Right. And
And
I
then
kind
just
of
one of each tower as a starting place.
I think that's fair. We have, so far as slots are concerned, two more sites to fill out. Right now, it was roughly 60-40 split, right? So that's what, 3/5 of the deck. That doesn't mean we necessarily want our sites to be follow suit with that, but it's like 3/5, 2/5. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not including Lighthouse. We have 5 air sites, and then we have 1, 4, 2, 4, 6. We have 10 water sites.
I'd probably include 2 more towers, one of each.
Right.
If we
Yeah, I
really
think
care
so.
about that ramp, like having one tower
I
isn't
do.
like super great.
No, I do. It's just a question of which ones. We'll do the dark and the lone. How about that?
That's the right
That
call.
is the right call.
That's
Yeah,
objectively
absolutely.
correct.
Thank you. Yeah, the Gothic one's trying too hard. It's cool.
Oh, dude. He's just
Okay.
like us, Jackson.
Yeah. Gothic Tower. The lone Gothic Tower. Yeah, you can't have the lone tower be by its lonesome the whole game.
Right.
I have done that before because it makes so much sense for that to be the only one you run one of because it's the lone one. But then I keep seeing Gothics and I changed my mind.
I think that this looks pretty decent, at least decent enough to test. Are you guys ready?
Yeah. I think this is the most important part of brewing too. Like, put it in the frying pan. I don't know if that makes any sense as a metaphor, but
well, we're in the chum bucket.
You gotta test it.
Yeah.
Put it
You're in the greasy
bucket.
chum bucket. Let's go. All right, so guys, we're
I
gonna
forgot about that.
Tabletop Simulator. I will need to step out for a second, and then I will be right back. But you guys are more than welcome to talk amongst yourselves, obviously. I will switch us over to TTS, though, and minimally get this deck uploaded. Feel free to switch to whatever list you prefer for this matchup. It seems like you've got one loaded for us.
I put one on there, but if Jackson wants to play first, feel free. I had it on there a little while ago. But feel free, Jax, if you want to play first. I'll move this to the
What are you working
side.
with over here?
This is my Vanilla Bean deck.
Okay. I think that's good for testing. Give him the opportunity to interact with minions and to see what his lines of play look like.
I'm going to try it with Geomancer since we're on the beta.
Ooh, nice. Okay, I will be right back. Feel free again to talk amongst yourselves. I'll leave it on TTS, and so you guys know, this is the thing itself is free to download. TTS you do need to pay for, but if you guys want to play test decks, this is honestly the best way to do so, and this emulator works really good for this. At any rate, I'll be right back.
This is an on the play takeover. Yeah, I want to try this out with Geomancer. I like the Pathfinder type of card draw. We're playing against Noah with all the cards he had in his hand with Geomancer. I was like, okay, this is kind of spicy.
Yeah, it's a lot like Pathfinder where your card advantage is front loaded.
Stationary Pathfinder.
Can help you encourage a quick game. I've got a cat in my lap now.
Heck yeah.
Better than on the desk where she wanted to be. But like Patrick was saying, Tabletop Simulator is great for sorcery. I mean, you can build your deck on Curiosa like we just did, and you can import it directly into here with just the link. and start playing. Costs you nothing if you already own Tabletop Simulator. If you don't own it, it's like what, 20, 15 bucks if it's not on sale, and it goes on sale all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a lot of other things you can do with Tabletop Simulator that aren't sorcery. You could play chess on here. You could play board games on here. You could play D&D through here. It's a great little tool.
I'm sold, Jackson.
Yep.
I want.
You bought two copies, so I know
I
you're
did.
sold.
2 digital copies. Weeblewomp, can you playtest decks against yourself on TTS? Control both sides. That is a good question.
You definitely could, yeah.
I have a personal one for myself, and then I have an on the play version as well.
All right, gang. Roll to see who goes first.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We low roll it on the play.
Had to leave my get my.
You want to low roll, Patrick?
Oh, I was doing. I'm sorry. We can do everyone does high roll, so I just default to high roll for people. But I generally like doing low roll, so we can do low roll.
Yeah, let's do it.
We low roll it on the play.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'll be on the play. Little name drop there.
Oh, nice. All right, what do we got here? All right, we got Jackson's favorite card. So it's worth playing. Honestly, this is a pretty cool setup. It's a pretty cool setup here, I got to say.
Patrick, would you like to meet my cat?
Yeah, my cat's not allowed in my studio, so you'll never see my cats, guys. Sorry. But I'll see your cat.
Let me see. I can't see if the camera's grabbing her. This is Yogi. She's about 5 years old, my little tuxedo cat.
Aww.
Her name is Yogi because she does yoga. She sits there and puts her foot behind her head and cleans herself, which I know like every cat does, but when I brought her home, it's the first thing she did, and I was like, Yogi, that's her name now.
I will ditch 2 cards from my spell book, but I'll keep my lands.
Would you be able to promote me?
Would I? Maybe.
Well, you're a good guy.
Dude, cute cat, man. I've got 2. I've got Kato, the boy cat. He's a crazy tabby cat. And Amelie, who's just a nearly purely black. She's got the smallest white patch on her belly. The smallest. You gotta look for it. Yeah, she's so cute. She's a runt, though. She's like 6 pounds, I think 7 years old at this point. Still nice. Super active, though. Was that...
Do they get along?
They get along okay, I guess. Wow. Wow, okay. I'm good-ish with my stuff.
Yeah, I'm good as well. I will tap and play a rustic village. I'll pay the 1 for the foot soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And I will play my rubble here. And I'll pass turn.
Seems good. I will take a card. Huh. Interesting. We'll tap here. I will play... I think I need this more than I need that. Give me 1 second here. It's fine. We'll do the floodplain just under the avatar there. I have 1 mana, nothing to do with it, and I will pass.
Sounds good. Spell for turn. I'll tap the Geomancer, use his ability. Play a simple village here. I will not pay.
Ooh.
1, 2. I'll play a boss troll here.
2 for 3. It's pretty solid.
And then I'll pass turn.
All right. I will take turn.
1 second, be right back.
Sure. Here's the real question, gang. Do we play into the troll? Based off of Waveshaper's effect, I feel like I can just gut him right here if I really wanted to. But that's too soon. That's maybe too soon for that effect. Don't necessarily want to play into it, though. Gotta say. Let's see here.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're so good, man. Don't worry about it. We're all only mildly upset. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
something a little weird.
How many viewers did you lose?
All of them. They all left.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna go nothing to floodplain. In case you guys are wondering, adjacent site. I guess it could target itself, but you know, we're not. Oh, you know what? I don't even think I drew for a turn. Let's just do that. Sorry, I did wait on you for that. Hey, cool. We'll tap here. This doesn't change too much for us, I don't think. No, it doesn't. Okay. I will play out the observatory here. And I'll organize the top 3 of my deck. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, we like these effects. We like them. In that particular order? Why not? Okay, I will play out an Amethyst Core. It's going to net me 1 air threshold and 1 more mana per turn. And with that, I think we just pass save it.
Okay.
Whoa, hey, guys don't want to be that close to my screen.
Spell for turn.
Seems good.
I will tap and play a Rift Valley. And I'll push this up, play this here.
Seems good.
And then I'll put a Rubble here. I'll swing at your site for 3. Swing at your site for 1. 1, 2, 3. Play an Autumn Unicorn.
Ooh, that's a good card.
And then I'll pass turn.
Hey, real quick, Drew. The Rebel has to be adjacent to the Geomancer.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you,
right?
thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, it
probably
does. Yeah,
adjacent
you're right.
to with
You're right. You're
Rebel.
right.
Might have been too good there. Let's see here.
Rift Valley's pretty strong.
That card's so good.
I will take turn.
I love looking at Jackson's facial reactions when he talks about Rift Valley.
The card's cracked.
Let's go ahead and play out.
Remember, first you can. Well, actually, I'll let you do your thing. Never mind. Sorry.
We're good. I don't need
Okay.
to flood that for the thing I'm about to do.
Cool.
I mean, we do have the potential to do that, but yeah. So this does. I mean, this is a thing that occurs every single turn. We're going to ignore it for now, though, and we'll tap here. I'll play out a Dark Tower here.
Nice.
Net an additional mana. That doesn't help us too much in this instance. We're going to get gutted pretty quickly here. We didn't have any good early game plays, but that's okay. Let's just play... Oof, there's nothing. There's nothing good here. Let's get myself the mana here. You know, genuinely, that might have been worthwhile. I think we just need to do... sadly, the safe thing is just put this shit down here.
Nice. Yep.
It is what it is. We're going to pass with that.
Okay. Spell for turn. Okay. I'll swing at your pirate ship
Okay.
for 1.
Got you. Thought you were going to split the cheeks there. I'll take it.
I'll swing my boss troll into your pirate ship.
And then pirate ship is at 2 life.
It's at 1, right? I hit you with
wrong?
fur.
Oh, sorry. Boss troll is 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll tap and I'll play an arid desert. And then I'll target this site. And then I'll swing for 4.
Oh, it's only minions, correct, for deserts? Yeah.
Yeah.
That is 4 damage.
And then for For 2, I'll firebolt and hit you. For 3, and then I'll pass turn.
Seems good. We will flood a site. We're gonna flood this one. Do you mind if I use one of these markers?
Please, yeah.
So that is just all floodplains effect, not Waveshaper. We'll draw from our atlas here. I know what's on top. Okay. Let's do. Okay. We'll tap here. I'll play a river. I know it's on top. I will take another look at it again, though. See if I want to bottom it relative to the next card. I still think I like it. It's okay. We'll leave that there. Okay. So we have 5 mana this turn to include our amethyst. I think first things first, we'll just go ahead and drown the unicorn.
It's not very nice of you.
Well, you know. Put the Kelpie over here. And I think with that, we'll pass. That should be all of our mana. No, I'm sorry. We have the wrong amount of mana for that. There is a Kelpie, though.
I didn't see it. What Kelpie?
It's fine either way. We'll go ahead and, I mean, how many chargers are in Earth? Is it relevant? It's fine. We'll blink our Waveshaper over here just to get it out of some sight range, and then we'll go ahead and draw that top card. That is 5, and we'll pass with that.
Okay. Spell for turn. I'll tap and play the topmost site.
Can you rift here? Is there anything to rift?
Not in this situation. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll play Amazon Warriors here, and then I'll pass turn.
Seems good. I will take turn. Okay. We're gonna draw from. I think we need to do the floodplain effect first, right? So far as sequencing is concerned.
No, floodplain only occurs during your main phase.
Oh, so not during the first.
No,
phase.
no.
Okay, so we'll draw a card first. We're gonna draw just a spell for my spellbook. Look at that. We'll go ahead and flood another site here. It needs to be adjacent. I think we'll flood this one. So
this one's no longer flooded, right?
You may flood an adjacent site this turn. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just we'll just move that token around. This is not changing anything right here. Waveshaper effect. Okay. Cool. Let's see here. The first thing I think we want to do is just flood via Waveshaper's effect this site. So this will be flooded. That's not going to untap. We'll play. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Right there. I need to. Yeah. Is the threshold right? I think we've got like 2 and 1 technically. Oh, we're going to keep it this way, I'm pretty sure. But for now, that's what threshold is. We have 1 mana left. I think we're good to just pass to you.
Sounds good. Spell for turn. This is still tapped. One, 2. I'm going to play Magnetic Muzzle here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't seen that, just the bearer loses all non-basic abilities and they can't drop the Magnetic Muzzle. And then at the end of each player's turn, mine and yours, if it's abandoned, meaning it's not in the hands of a minion, then that player can attach it to any nearby minion. And it's not targeting or anything like that either. So it gets around stealth and whatnot.
Okay. So it just turns him into a 3-beater. That's fine.
Right. He basically has no text. Just thinking.
You're worried about the Kelpie.
Yeah. I'm actually
Yeah.
trembling over here. That's why I turned the camera off.
I know.
I'm shaking.
I would be scared too.
It is kind of funny that the cam's on me, but I'm not the one playing.
Yeah. I mean, we can get the
I don't
crew
mind
cam
turning
up
it
again,
off
but
if we
it's
want to.
fine. No, it's fine. We can. Well, why not? I mean, we could.
I'm
Here.
the judge. I'm
Yeah,
not
there
an
you go.
official judge, but
There you
I'm
go.
the judge here.
That's fine. It's fine.
And I declare all of Drew's actions so far illegal, and he's disqualified.
I would agree. I'll pass turn and I'll have the muzzle attached to the captain.
Sure.
And it is your turn.
Sure. Take my turn. Oh, it didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. Let's do that. Let's do that. Can I stack this without it? Okay, cool.
We wish like you could see both and it moved together, but it doesn't do that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. This is going to be flooded off of the thing. I will draw from here. Sequencing, I know. It's fine. Let's do... I didn't know you can flood a land as she's not in a body of water connected to it. That makes her a lot better than I thought, says Timelapse GS. Yeah. You're not the judge. But you are judgmental, Jackson.
I would agree with
Only
that.
against Drew.
I would agree with that.
Only for you, Drew.
Interesting. We have options. Maybe drawing a site eventually would make sense, but as it stands, let's do... We're gonna have to do that Waveshaper effect for a hot minute, I am pretty sure.
So time-lapse actually brings up something we missed. You do actually have to be in that body of water. So it says flood a site near your body of water until you do so again. The your body of water part means that you have to be a part of it, right? So this observatory means you're not actually in your water.
It's a very good point.
Near your body of water until you do so again.
Yeah, your being what you're standing in and your body of water is nothing.
Yeah, I really only know that from experience. I wouldn't say it's particularly clear from the card text.
Right.
So yeah, you would have to be like in that floodplain.
Sure, we'll do this then to make it legal for this specific turn. Sure, we'll use a Riptide to move Waveshaper back over here. Is that cool? Not necessarily what I want to use that for, but target water site pulls an above ground unit it's adjacent to.
Yep.
So that'll make that a legal thing.
Don't forget to draw.
Draw a card. Yeah, I'm wondering if I want to draw a site here or draw a... There's some cool things we can do if we had more mana. It's fine. We'll draw another spell from the spell book. We need to start closing things if we can. Sure. We'll do the trick again. We'll just flood the site and just lock the Amazonians out for now. We will move the boy and attack the site for 3. I do have 3 manners to play with, and you guessed it. The River Kelpie.
Oh my god, so unexpected.
Yeah, the River Kelpie will just start right about there. I like that spot. Yeah, why not? All right, I'll pass with that. Hmm.
Thinking.
Oh, take your time. Good land. Good lands. Nice rubble.
Appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, dude.
Going to boss troll here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pass turn.
Sure. Again, just to clarify, that's always going to flood that site. We will go draw a... This did not untap. Draw another spell from our spell book. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. That's interesting. My poor Kelpie. Oof. Poor Kelpie. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, I kind of like what the Waveshaper's doing here. I feel like I should keep locking that Amazonian out while I can. Troll's gonna do me dirty in a second. That's okay. We'll do sure, we'll go ahead and move over here. Oop. Move the captain over here and hit this site.
1, 2, 3.
All right, let's see what you do. Hit the site. Right there.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay.
Game
We'll
of chicken.
I'm cool with it. Let's see here. We might have goofed a little bit. Actually, is that true? Hold up. How do you read?
How do you read?
Yeah. No, yeah, we did goof that a little bit. We need to do Waveshaper first, so we're gonna avoid that, I think, this turn. So with that goof in mind, we'll go ahead and just drown the Amazonian on this flooded site. That seems fair. I'm down. What the hell? Let's go. Draw a site this go around. Ooh, that's a fun one. Interesting. Okay, well, have nothing else to do. I will pass with that.
Sounds good. Spell for turn. 1, 2, 3. I'll target the boss troll.
Of course.
And I'll swing here.
Okay, so it's going to be, what is it? How much damage?
It deals 2 to the Kelpie. It deals 2 to you. And then I'm swinging at you for 3.
Okay.
Let me think here. And then 1, 2, 3. I'll blaze the Geomancer, and I'll swing at your site for 1. You won't take the extra 1 from the Kelpies will die.
Right.
But the way Blaze works is that it only leaves a trail at departed locations, and so I never depart the floodplain, so you don't lose like the extra damage
so
on your Waveshaper.
Depart Rustic Village here and here. Okay.
Exactly.
I'll just take 1.
Gotcha. Exactly. Yeah. And then I will pass turn.
Seems good. I'll untap here, untap here. Floodplain. We're gonna probably move where it goes to there, but give me 1 second. I'll just let this stay on there so I remember. We will draw a spell from our spellbook this go around. That's a good one. Ooh, that is a good one. Okay. We will flood this site here, so my body of water looks like a nice little right angle.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm okay with Geo just being there. Let's see though.
We're just hanging out.
I can see. I like this though. I think what we'll do is we'll tap here. I'll put the Maelstrom over here.
Nice.
I wish it was at the end of your turn at this very moment, but that's fine.
Jackson, I don't know if you're hot micing or not, but it kept showing that your mic, like you're talking.
Yeah, you don't hear anything though,
I'm not
right?
No, I don't.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's a Discord bug.
Let's do the first thing first. I'll just move and attack. Damn, keeps double tapping. We'll move and attack here for 3.
Okay, down to 8.
You're down to 8. We will go Ice Lance starting here, here. So 3 here, 2 here, 1 there.
Mm-hmm.
I will Ice Lance 3 here, 2 here, 1 here. That's it for my mana. And with that, I will need to pass the turn. For some reason, it's not showing your life total accurately, but you are at 2.
I'm at 2, yeah.
I don't know why that is when you do the bird's eye view, but that's fine. I will go ahead and pass the turn.
Okay. Spell for turn. I'll swing for 1.
I'll take 1.
1, 2, 3. I'll Heat Ray, hit you for 2. And pass turn.
Yeah, I have a gut feeling I'm probably out of this one, but we'll see. Who knows? One thing is certain, though. We need to do a spell book. We don't have much to get ourselves out of this situation from here, and we'll continue to flood this site. Okay. Well, there's no reason not to bring it to death's door. The only question is how we want to bring it to death's door.
Now I can hear you, Jackson.
Yeah, I
typing,
can
typing
away. Yeah.
It's okay. 'Tis okay.
He was updating his Reddit.
Let's just go ahead and swing here. I'll bring it to death's door on this.
I think it makes the most sense because you're forcing me. Like I'm here, and that's obviously a threat. But like me being at death's door stops you from things like that.
So
like you're forcing me to have this.
Right, Heat Ray just does it. So whether I move here or I move here, it does change up the math. The best thing I can do in this instance is move and lay down bodies potentially, but you have some form of removal in your hand, I have to assume, otherwise you wouldn't have blazed your spellcaster forward. I think of what's in my hands, maybe this is potentially the best move. Just lay down bodies in front of me, but Heat Ray would still deal with that. And then there's the other one that what's it do? It fires projectiles. I'm sorry, I just want to see how.
Yeah, firebolt. Please, yeah.
Yeah, how does it read though? Like, I would need X
you
amount
shoot
of bodies.
Yeah, you shoot 3 projectiles one at a time in order, right? And if you put things in the way, like if you put a 1 body in the way, I shoot the first firebolt. If it kills it, then the remaining 2 would go beyond that. And so
Right.
you would want at least like if you were worried I had a firebolt in hand, you'd want at least a 3 body here. But
Let's
yeah,
just get this out of the way. It's fine.
right.
Ruler of Tool was going to be my trump card, but
Hmm.
it became less relevant. I think you have this. I'll pass with that though.
Okay.
The
Spell
deck's
for
not
turn.
behaving poorly.
No,
I think our
definitely
start
not.
was very slow, and that was to our detriment. Right, right. But you know, is what it is. Like I couldn't, I didn't have anything to really mobilize and put me away from this. But yeah, I think before, if it was the projectile, you could have just moved forward, right? And so far as heat ray is concerned, it just goes through these two things. Although these are
Actually, I
bigger.
wouldn't have been able to. You made the comment about moving forward. If I did that to use my firebolts here, you would be able to intercept that movement and kill my geomancer before I'd be able to do anything.
Oh, is
So
that
it
true?
actually is
Can
strong
you
to do it like
intercept
that.
a movement? I thought you can only
Yeah.
intercept a move and attack basic action.
No, that's actually something that people get confused about a lot. So intercept, defend, 2 very different things. Intercept, you can't move. If you're on the defense, you can't move. And if something moves into a space that you occupy, then you can intercept that movement into the space that you occupy. Defend, you can defend a site that's being attacked from an adjacent location. You don't have to be at that location to do that. So in
Right.
this case right here, what we're looking at now, if I just said, hey, I'm going to move here, I'm not going to attack, but because you have 2 minions, even if you just had 1, because you have 2 minions, because you occupy the space I'm coming into, you can say, nope, I'm going to intercept it, and you and I then enter a fight. And because I'm at death's door, you would kill me, and I'd receive a death's blow.
Yeah.
So really the
No,
only saving grace was the fact that I did have a
had 2
piercing
heat rays.
projectile,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is why I was kind of arguing that like Iceland or not we were all agreeing that Ice Lance is very good because it stops and allows this thing, and this is
Yeah.
the fire equivalent of that.
We did not have a way to get Devil's Egg out at any moment. Otherwise, I think we would have been able to pressure you to where I could have gotten you to
Yep.
death's door first, but there was never a good moment for that, sadly. That was the last card in my hand. Yeah, it needed to
Oh,
be a heat ray, I guess. So
Waveshaper, it is annoying actually, and I think as a defending player, it makes me want to play my sites totally differently than the way that I did. And I think it's really advantageous for the opposing player to play wide like this because I got into a situation where I only had 1 minion and it was really awkward for me to I had to choose here or I had to choose here or you're going to lock things down. If I had 3 options to play my minions and I
mm,
could play something here, you locked it down, I could still play here and I could still play here to try to move up the board on you. So
yeah,
that's very annoying.
it feels smart to keep the just playing to the back line with Waveshaper because you only
Hmm.
need I would say 5 to 6 mana. 6 mana really being key, so that you can. A lot of the stuff I had in my hand was 3 drop, sadly, so it was really difficult to have
Double spell.
any multiple plays, yeah, per turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can do one more playtest if you'd like. You can switch decks or play the same one.
Jackson, you want to jump on?
Yeah, sure. I'll play a another kind of minion based deck.
Yeah, we weren't too far from victory though. I feel good about
No,
that.
that was a really good showing.
Well, let's see here. Do this. This is your mask, and this. If the captain resolved without the muzzle, that would have been a different story. I think it would have
Yeah.
really helped being able to steal some of those spells that we were seeing, particularly the heat rays, if those were drawn. If they were just in hand, then they were just in hand. But... Nay? You're not gonna go inside the deck? How about now? Gonna go inside the deck? Oh my god. This does not want to go inside. There we go. Okay. And we can do this. Flip this. Alright. Let's take another crack at this. I had a turn, was it turn 3 captain is what I was looking at with my site base. So I figured it was good enough to keep, but it was never advantageous to actually aim for that, sadly. So when I did get the captain, it was like, fine. All right, high, low. You seem like you guys want low.
Low roll.
Did you touch my die?
Did I? I don't think so.
I'll take the 7 regardless.
I did roll a 20, so if I touched yours, I screwed myself.
Let's go. Draw 3 here. Draw 3 here. Okay. This is a cool start. This is not a horrible start. I do not want this though, so we'll put that at the bottom. I'm just gonna ditch 1 spell book, and I'll draw 1 spell.
I'm mulliganing 1 sight and 1 spell.
Oh, I love the Avatar Bear.
She is my favorite by far. I've probably built 6 or 7 different versions of her. This one is mono air, so completely 1 element, which is a little rare to see in alpha sorcery.
Excited to see it though.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll tap here. I will play a Samariva. And let's just go ahead and look at the top here. Do we like it? Man, it's pretty cool. I'm not sure it's crucial for us, but it doesn't hurt to draw. So I'll leave it on top. I'll pass the turn.
Okay, I'll draw a spell for turn. I'll play Observatory.
Oof.
Look at the top 3.
Sweet turn 1 Observatory.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
I'll put them back in order like that and pass.
Love it. Love to see it. We will draw the card we just looked at. And I will play here. Let's go ahead and drop... Against you?
This deck's pretty aggressive, so just so you're aware, so you can make better decisions.
No, I might just meet you. Yeah, we'll move that forward. I will pass the turn.
Okay. I love floodplain in that position. It's really good.
Yeah, I know. I think having it further forward is really going to help me. We'll soon find out.
I will play a lone tower. So I got a 3 for the turn. I'll spend all 3 of it on a headless haunt.
Seems good.
So get that D20 ready. And then I will also whisk my Avatar Bear up here with her ability, and then I'll pass my turn.
All right, seems good. I will take turn. I will draw from my site base for now. Love it when you say it. All right, we'll go ahead and tap here. I will play a lone tower. The lone tower is going to go... Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This was meant to trigger. We'll just...
This is actually not a start of turn. You can do it at any point in your turn. In fact, the only time you really can't do it is at the start.
I thought this was like a trigger during the main phase or something. Okay, well, cool.
No,
so
it's actually better this way, right?
Yeah,
you can get more info.
It gives me a little bit more. It gives me a little bit more to do. We'll put this over here though. Okay.
I smell a pirate ship, I think.
Maybe we'll still flood this, I think, for turn. I don't see why the hell not.
Yeah.
And that's all 4 mana for me. I will pass the turn with that though.
Untap. Roll for the Headless Haunt. It lands on site 10. Where is that? It's right here. So just hanging out, you know.
We like that.
And then we'll draw for turn.
Okay. You gonna whisk yourself away?
Maybe, maybe not. What do I really care about here?
What do you really care about?
I'll play a lone tower here.
Oh, this is technically only
Actually,
flooded. Am I right? Like
for
it's
your
only
turn.
right. So I'll just do this
Yeah.
right here.
I'll play another lone tower up here.
Mm-hmm. You got another headless on for me?
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Let's
cool.
do. I have some interesting decisions. I'll play a Phantasmal Shade back here.
Mm-hmm.
Or should I play it here? If you have a combat trick, it dies, but then I don't take 5. I'll play it here and pass.
Okay. I will take turn. We're going to draw a spell. Interesting. Got choices. Let's see here. No really great choices, but we've got those choices. I feel okay with the Phantasmal, just chilling. I really do want to lay down more sites before I continue here, but I think if we don't use the pirate ship, it's a wasted opportunity. Sure, I'll give you the option. We're gonna flood this site. And I'll move forward. I'll strike the site itself. Sorry about that.
All good. I'll take 5. 15.
Seems good, seems good. And let's see here. I will play... just a river kelpie right there. Yeah, we like that. I'll pass.
Hey, Patrick, question for you.
Yeah.
How come you didn't use the floodplains ability to do what you did with the Waveshaper's ability?
To flood this?
Yeah, to do the same thing. And then you
it's end of
could
turn
have...
and it's water bound.
Yeah, but it would still stay there. It would be disabled. That part is true. But you would have been able to keep climbing with your mana and not have to use the Waveshaper.
Is this if this gets disabled, it can strike back or no?
No, it can't strike back. It's just basically a boat on dry land, basically. It can't swing or defend itself. It can't move itself. But
I've not used waterbound enough to know how it functions. I thought it
yeah,
was just gonna be...
it doesn't die or anything like that. It just becomes disabled.
Yeah, no.
So
Then genuinely, it would have been better to play a site instead and just manipulate floodplain for that. But,
right.
Tis what it is. I still feel okay about this this formation though, and I don't mind that being flooded for now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing you lose out on is just not playing a mana.
Yeah, that's okay. For now, it's okay. We'll see what happens.
Okay, I'll draw a site for turn.
Does that happen at the start of your turn?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have rolled for the haunt.
Hey.
Incredible. He stays right where he is, having a little party. I definitely want to put a site out. This gives me 5 mana for the turn. I'll push the pirate ship here with my avatar's ability.
I believe it says
because although
air
it
site.
is still air, so this site is air and water.
Wait, is it? Hold on. Hold on. Flood a site.
Yeah, so
All right. Well, that was another reason why I wanted to do it. But all right, that's cool.
okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So
Occupy
only
their
Atlantean
site.
Fate takes threshold. Any other flood, it just adds the water threshold.
Zabano water until you do so again. Okay. Yeah.
Right, because Atlantean Fate's the only one with the text talking about threshold in any way. Flood, the aura, back in the day, used to take threshold and replace it with water. So you could use Flood as a stacks piece on people's mana base.
Right. So it's both a water and land
And an
site.
air site.
And an air site, but it's
It's
still
both water and air, but it's now
nearby.
no longer land. It's part of your body of water.
Okay.
Does it? It's not still land, right, Drew? It becomes
No,
just part of the water.
it's a water site. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
it's confusing because like body of land, body of water is separate from
I
air
thought.
threshold, water threshold.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that had
They're
something.
often married, but they are distinct.
Yeah, I didn't know if those were dependent of each other or not. That's fine.
It's basically a lighthouse now. That's what this lone tower is. Okay, so I already pushed that. This can just get traded with there. So why don't I introduce a Witherwing hero here? Oh, it's not less power. I always forget
It's a
this.
weaker, right?
Okay,
Weaker
yeah,
than
so
his
that
attack.
actually is a terrible play. You never saw that.
It's fine. You can walk it back.
Instead, I'll do the Falconer. It has a
Mm-hmm.
Genesis ability to search for a beast with airborne 2 or less
It's gonna be the
mana.
bat. Yeah, yeah.
So it is the bat. It summons it here with me. And then I'll drop a Phase Assassin in the back line for 3. And that'll be
Phase in the
it.
back line. Okay. I will take turn. And we will let's do this. We'll draw spell. Void walk. He's
So
considered
also the way this works too with stealth, just in case you have it in your hand or something like that, if you were to play a site there, I know you run Ice Lance, it would kill like the Phase Assassin. It doesn't target it or anything like that. So if you were to play
right.
a site on 19 and target it that way, just so you know, in case you weren't familiar with how that interaction works.
He entered though the void, so he is stealthed and just
Yep,
adjacent.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
100%.
That is a-okay. Let's see here. Flood a site nearby. What can we do? Flood a site nearby your body of water. So my body of water looks like this.
Yes, it's these 3 in a row right now because this is still under your Waveshaper effect.
Mm-hmm. Technically, I could flood that, but then this would be no longer a water site, correct?
Right, and you'll tap down the pirate ship because it doesn't have submerge.
No, it does not.
If you use Waveshaper's ability.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we've got choices here. I'm contemplating all of them. I'm not necessarily liking any of them. I think the best thing to do would be to play out a site, though. Give me 1 second to figure this one out. Play out a site. Play out a site. No, I really don't have that advantage. I think we need to do this, though. Look at that. All right. With that in mind, let's just do this. I think we do this. Move that over. Kind of in the tank here, but the setup is really bad for me. Floodplain. Why couldn't you just be nearby?
Right.
you'd be more useful in this situation.
A lot of the water stuff is adjacent, like the way your body of water counts water sites adjacent,
Yeah.
riptide, all that.
We'll do this though. We'll pull this over here. I'll draw a card. Interesting. We'll tap here. We'll flood this side again. Let's move over here. Hit this for 3. Nothing to do here. I am plumb out of effects, so I will pass the turn.
Okay, still pretty good. Trying to stack these so I can work around them a little easier. And then get the avatar. There we go. But as soon as I untap, everything's going to go crazy. Let me do it that way.
Yeah, manually do it maybe.
And then, oh yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. That's such a hard habit to break is tapping that button. Start a turn, headless haunt. 2, so over here.
That's a good spot.
That's useful. Yeah, the hunt is obviously random, but once you build out with Avatar of Air, because of her ability, if it lands on any of my 4 sites, I can walk to it, push it, and then swing at your sites. So you can turn it on without even using an extra spell from your hand pretty often. That's part of the reason I'm like experimenting and trying the haunt right now. Instead of doing that though, I will push the Phantasmal Shade here. He remains tapped still, but he's not clumped like he was. I'll swing for 3 with the Assassin breaking stealth. I'll swing for 4 at the Kelpie to get rid of that with the Headless Haunt. I'll tap, draw a site for turn with my Avatar. And lastly, I'll drop Unlikely Alliance, which will draw me 3 spells because I have an Elite, an Ordinary, and an Exceptional.
I like that you're playing this card.
Right? Isn't it? It's really good with the Falconer because the Falconer is an Elite and an Ordinary by itself, effectively.
Right. It's not bad.
And so it's an interesting package. So 3, yeah. And I'll pass back to you.
Okay, I'll take turn. Okay. I'd love to play a site, but I think it's better that I lock you. Let me see what I can do. No, I need to draw a card first, that's for sure. We'll draw from our spellbook here. Interesting. Really interesting. Ooh. That's interesting. There aren't too many great plays here. I do want to roll with this, though. I feel like I got to play a site. We need to get back in the game here, minimally. If I do that, though, I've got nothing to do, squat to do with my mana. I'm really at the right mana to make plays, though, so I don't mind locking you out. Let's do this. This should be fun. Let's just start with a Wind Blast. We'll move all the units to the... We'll do the cardinal... Yeah, this direction.
I like that.
Right. We'll swing here, hit this for 5.
That's some spice, Patrick.
Yeah, that's really good.
We're kind of hurting still, but...
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. So these guys... they were tapped from the last time. Never mind.
From the thingy.
Yeah, we're
We
good
will
then.
tap here to flood. This is the new site that's going to get flooded. So they get tapped down, yada yada. Phase Assassin. I will use floodplain to flood the site temporarily. I will drown the guy. I'll have to deal with the Phase Assassin. This is no longer flooded, so this is just disabled. And my body of water is very small. But with that, I will pass the turn off to you, just to help expedite. Yeah, this will untap and that'll untap. Okay.
Thank you. Draw a spell for turn.
Can we play an effective
sorry.
game with 3 mana? Let's go. Yeah, he won't untap, but he
Haunt's
will
way
go.
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what else?
Got a lot of draw, so he must be feeling okay.
This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, though, is I basically have no way to deal with the 5-power minion. It becomes an incredible threat.
I mean, I'm having to find new ways to make it attack, but it's doing the trick, I guess.
Yeah, the Windblast line is really cool. I think you might find opportunities to do things like that often with that spell, because if you push several things into each other, then Waveshaper is incredible.
Yeah, no, I like Windblast a lot. I figured it would be a good utility in this particular list, and it did its thing. That is what I needed.
Yep. All right, what's the best line here? I think above all else, I have to kill the pirate ship. So I'll grapple the Phase Assassin to its location and strike it for 3.
Okay.
And because it's disabled, I will then attack it for 3 to deal 6 total. Taking no damage back because disabled. And then I will tap for a mountain pass. And I'll push my Palabury Bat here with my avatar's ability. And I'll pass to you.
I'll take turn. I'll draw a spell.
Yeah, time lapse. Kathera is definitely good with the haunt. Highland Princess getting it's also good, but this deck is so aggressive. I really don't want anything that's not like dealing damage. So I don't play Mechanism and I don't play the Princess. I don't even play cores here. I want no dead draws.
Well, we're gonna play an observatory here.
Yep.
Let's look at the top 3. That's good. These are all good. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. Okay. I like this order. Let's see if we can last that long. That's just 1 damage and 2 damage. That's fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and use our 4 mana. We need to slow this down a little bit more. We'll drown that. And nothing else to do. I'll pass the turn.
Okay. Untap. This is the floodplain,
yeah,
right?
I'll take it. Yeah. I'm just gonna put it on top of there so I remember to move it. You
Yeah,
can move
that's
it
smart. Okay, so thinking about the decision between.
Sorry,
yeah.
You didn't draw yet, though.
Well, this actually is pre-draw, so good catch. Let's roll for the haunt. 10. It really likes
that
square
is
10.
The spot, man. That is the spot.
In a matchup where I don't feel so required to stay near my minions so that I can get them like unclumped, right?
Yeah.
I would be more willing to have like a central location and maybe even play my sites a little differently so that they can catch the haunt so that I can like push it with her.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course I'm playing blinks and grapple because I'm mono air, so basically I'm trying to justify why I'm playing this RNG card.
I don't mind it.
And 4 power is hard to reach in air, especially for 3 mana. So I play both the Shade and the Haunt to get to 4. Yeah, what do I like here?
Got a lot of cards and a lot of mana.
I do have a lot of cards. I've never had this many cards in air. That Unlikely Alliance felt so good. 4 mana, draw 3. What a rate. I think I'll introduce something new to the table. And I don't really need to see another spell, so let's get a site. I will drop a tower here.
Mm-hmm.
The haunt's still more or less stuck, but if he lands there again, I could have other options. I'll.
Gonna hit me?
Yeah, I think so. That I hate clumping, but I have a good reason to want him here.
Okay.
So then I'll do another 2 for 3 total, and I'll show you why I don't want to necessarily push him further in. It's because I'd like to play a Thunderstorm here.
Sure.
So a Thunderstorm starts with 3 counters. I didn't push anything this turn, so I think I'd rather be in a central location with her.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll move to my instep. The Thunderstorm will trigger. It's only got 1 target, so 3 to you. I'll leave it where it is, and it's your go.
I will take turn. I will. Can we operate with 4 mana?
Yeah, time lapse. The cores in Battle Mage are particularly strong because it means you're tapping less to play sites, which gives you attacks, right? So really good in Battle Mage. In other versions of Avatar Air, you totally would want them. It's just not really what I'm going for here.
Okay, do that. We'll just do flood this site because we can for turn. It's not going to be relevant. I will tap the Waveshaper to move the flood over here instead.
Okay.
That is it for turn. I'll pass to you.
Tap. Oops, sorry. Thank you.
I got you. Yeah.
Okay. Roll for the haunt before I make decisions. Square 1. He's been really bad this game. But I would never play my sites like this in a different matchup. This is pretty funny to see. What do I want to see here?
How you feeling so far, Patrick, on how it's performing?
Fine. It's doing fine. You know, the thing that I suspected would occur is occurring. The strength of Waveshaper is that secondary effect. So you obviously want to make the most out of it. And it's helped me stabilize quite a bit this game. It's just that I think the Unlikely Alliance gave my opponent quite the edge here. Quite the edge. Although we're doing fine with minimal card draw and minimal mana. So I feel good. I think that this is not an ideal situation for us, though. I would like to have a little bit more mana online via core or just having 5 sites. 6 is
Yeah.
really the magic number, though, to make sure that we're hitting multiple spells a turn. But as it stands, 1 spell a turn, I think we're doing okay. And Waveshaper is really, really assisting us in taking the game further.
That board control is strong, yeah.
Yeah, it's really strong. Imagine the amount of damage I had done this game if not being tapped down like that. It makes a big impact.
You are playing the right counter, though, I should say. Being able to, break up the bunching that I'm doing, let's just call it that,
right,
has been useful. This separation was nice for me. It did encourage me to play a specific way again, but it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. I'll drop a shade back here. And
Even as the Waveshaper, something like that.
yeah, I usually do exactly that. I do even as the avatar if it's a coin flip. So
I'm not saying that your turn's over. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm gonna tap draw a site, and then we will roll for the thunderstorm. So evens Waveshaper. So odds hits pirate ship, and I'll leave it where it is and pass return.
Okay. Untap. We will draw from our spellbook once again. Hmm. Am I okay getting bolted? It's the real question. We'll flood this just to get the ball rolling. Yeah, sure. Let's see what you do here. We'll swing at the site. I feel like you can't afford to just block it. Yeah.
I don't like the idea of going to 2.
I'm thinking if you're trying to like 2-for-1 me with like a grapple shot again.
Yeah, I actually think I take the chump block here just because 5 is a lot. I was curious to see what you would do with the thunderstorm on you and having the blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Neither line was like particularly bad, but I think this one's probably better. Just take 4 power off my board, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And now the card advantage is gone, right? I mean, you've got more spells than me at this point. I do have a sight, but we're in hand anyway, looking at something very similar. Obviously, I have a lot more board presence.
Contemplating whether or not it makes sense to keep threatening you. Here's what I really want to do. I don't think I'm going to be able to close this game out efficiently if I don't do this. I will flood this site once more. They'll be tapped down again. I will play the Ruler of Thule, and I will move up here, hit this site for 3. Need to start pressuring you just a little bit more. We have the affinity and just enough mana. I will pass. I'm definitely taking... I'm hoping the Headless Haunts don't benefit you. We'll see.
I'm due some good luck.
Yeah, they've definitely damned you this game.
Yeah.
So
it's okay.
This is gone now.
I do still enjoy the inevitability of it. Like eventually it does damage, and having played a lot of air, just having everything be 3 power is really like it's a difficult thing to manage and juggle because people are playing firebolts and people are playing lightning bolts. So
yeah,
having something that doesn't die to that is really good.
Locking down the 3 damage here, it feels not that meaningful, but I think every little bit counts here. Because I'm sorry, man.
Whoa.
I am forcing my opponent now to. I'm forcing my opponent now to have answers for these 2 things.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, if the haunts don't wind up where he needs them, but
right, and it's not just already? Like, no, I'm about to roll.
Okay.
11. I don't even know where that is.
He just stays where he. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a phase assassin.
Yeah, the haunt comes up. They're the same artist. They're both Jesse Pilkus.
Yeah, dude, I thought that was another I thought that was another headless haunt. Okay, that kind of fucks things up for me. That's okay. Is what it is.
Yeah, that's why the stealth counter is on this bad boy.
I just
All right,
noticed
so
that.
roll for that, and then draw a spell for turn. Yeah, Phase Assassin is one of the better air minions. Just stealth, void walk, great combo. The ability to get stealth again if you want to by walking back into the void is like really solid. That's like 6 guaranteed
Right.
damage
The
in
math
that
I
line.
did was 2 headless haunts plus lightning bolt or thunderstorm, I should say, would put me at death's door.
Right.
So I'm actually okay with this being a phase assassin. But even still, it's a lot of guaranteed damage right now.
Yeah, and I have to take it because your clock on me is really rough. So there's 3. Here's 4. And now you're at 4. I can guarantee 1 here. So what do I do?
Be a man.
I'm pretty much guaranteed death's door.
Yeah, you might as well.
So I really want to get you death's door first.
Oh, I thought you meant you can guarantee death's door on me. You should if you could. Not
I can do that, but I was saying that your board presence means death's door for me. So as crazy as this seems, I do need to put it here with all the other ones.
You don't want it to.
Yeah, I can't let the thunderstorm be a coin toss here. So 3 damage recharge there. Then I'll tap for a free city back here. And I'll play a bat here with me. And then in my turn, the thunderstorm will trigger and hit your avatar for 3 and then dispel itself. And I'll pass.
Okay, I will take turn. I will draw from my spellbook. I feel like I know what this is, and it's not useful. It's not useful in this particular moment. We'll start by flooding the site. Yes, I see the combo with the bats.
Oh, that I could push it?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay.
That is exactly what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. Alright, put you a death's door here.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, you will.
Boink.
Drink when you go to death's door.
I will tap, flood this site again.
Yep.
Drink when you go to that. We should. We should.
Man, I really should have had an IPA with me
Right.
just to like match the spirit of the competitive games back in the 99 days.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a really interesting match, man. I wish I also had a drink at this moment, but I will get one right after this game. All right, correct me if I'm wrong. He can defend north and south. Yes.
Yes, because he can move as if the edges of the realm were connected. So I see no reason why he shouldn't be able to defend here.
All right. If you have something that does random damage on a site, then this is my best chance.
Yep.
This can, my mistake, this can defend against airborne. So here, I'm going to just show cards on the table. I have 2 options here. I, paid good money for Captain Baldessari. He's a unique. I really wanted to play him. So I think we're going to play Baldessari. In either instance, they both do the job. It's just that this is
Yes.
cuter. I do think that the Pegasus is generally better though for its mobility, so we should probably just stick the Pegasus and cross our fingers that our opponent doesn't have an auto win here. And I will let that lapse. This is disabled. Sorry, I guess we should move this forward. Nope, that's a fucking lie. There's a reason we left it there. I will
I
pass.
could play charge, right? So you've seen
You could
charge,
play
so I
charge.
think keeping another blocker is definitely wise.
Yeah. We got to keep that alive. There's a
Okay.
reason I left that there. I'm like,
Yeah.
it needs to stay. Ruler needs to stay.
I'll draw a spell for turn,
Was that the spell?
and I'll fly here with her ability and show you the bane of everyone's existence, a grapple shot.
Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yep. So if you want to
No,
see
it's
the rest
just
of my hand, still the hero,
saw
and then I
this
just top
one.
deck the
Yeah.
shade.
Yeah, grapple shot is kind of I mean, like, what can you do? I mean, I guess the only thing I could have done was move it here, but then again, the mobility gets you around that effect. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I
fine.
still
I
get
don't
you
think
if it's up here. It's
I don't
tough.
think I would have done anything differently. It was just a matter of you having the right card in hand or not. Same for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
I
win.
think that was a great game.
Death's Door both games, 0-0 both games. So
Yeah.
Yeah, for a fresh deck, I feel like it's. We can just talk about the deck actually at this point before we close this one out. I don't know. I'm more or less like kind of lukewarm on it. It's fine. And we can go back to the board if we need to look at anything. It's doing the right things. I think the matchup against the Avatar of Air, obviously its ability to move units did change how I was able to pressure, specifically because those units, unless I made a mistake, were always on a site that had air affinity. So
Yeah, I kind of made sure of that.
Yeah, there was no way of skirting around that issue. So you always did have the full flexibility and range of your Avatar of Air, right? So that really helped against Waveshaper, except in the latter half, I wasn't able to. The only thing I could have done differently was Riptide back to have a potential way to have the ship soak another 3 damage, which would have kept me away from Death's Door, I believe. Yes. Yeah. With the damage that you presented, it would have been enough. I wouldn't have changed anything though, because I needed to pressure you with Ruler of Thule on that same turn. So apart from any playline differences, I think that I played it the way I wanted to. It did its thing and it was just fine. I feel like all those games could have gone. Either of those games could have gone anyone's direction.
Yeah,
So
I think they're both close enough to say that small things could have tipped it in either one scales, either person scale.
Right. I mean, obviously, at some point, an effect like Earthquake would have been great to just remove all of those threats outside of the bats, right? So there's nothing to really nuke the board outside of Atlantean Fate, which I wound up pulling near the end. And I think you guys were placed on a lone tower, so it wouldn't have helped.
You could have turned it on with the floodplain because it just submerges everything. So if it's already a water site, you will still get that Genesis. So there is some trickery there.
The awkward bit, though, is the fact that I've never had the 5 mana to actually get there. So this was me seeing a 5 mana spell that, yeah, and I had Captain Balsari and Riptide in hand. Riptide was the one trick that I feel like might have changed the numbers in my favor, and I probably should have gone for, but I did want to see what you did with the Phantom first, because I wanted to get the Ruler of Thule down. Yeah, I think it's good. I think the deck is fine. I'm not sure what tweaks I would necessarily make. I feel like the split between water and air works well for this, but I almost feel like you could go earth and maybe have a better time of it, because I would prefer to take out Atlantean Fate and maybe just have Earthquake, which I think is superior in effect, so that once you are done with your lockout with Waveshaper, you can start using Waveshaper for something else by just casting a Earthquake. I don't know.
You will have to move your flood though, because you can't bury anything on a flooded site. So it's like another additional hoop kind of to jump through.
Right.
I really love mono water for any water deck, really, unless it's like Battle Mage where you're just playing like Shrinks and Ice Lances.
Hmm.
I just feel that water is so dependent on itself that splashing in any way dilutes it in my eyes. I'm sure there are people that have had success splashing, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a deck like pop out and do that really well. But whenever I build, I always just end up mono water. I want all of my sites to be a part of my body of water, and to not have to worry about like committing additional resources and game actions to just turning on my water minions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's plenty of instances where like my body of water was very small, and I was fortunate enough to have a floodplain to kind of control how large that body of water actually was. I
Right.
was looking to see where my Dapperel vampires were. Of course, they were at the bottom 5 cards.
Classic. Yeah.
Both of them right next to each other. I'm like, that would have really helped. I'm like, there's nothing much to help us stabilize in this deck outside of the life gain from these vampires. So if we do fall behind, for a good while there though, it was like 17 and I forgot what your life was. Like I had a good position, but I would say the allegiance really helped you pull ahead so far as advantage was concerned. And I was just like, the only reason I caught up with hand size is I was playing 1 card a turn. Um, yeah, yeah. I don't know what I would change necessarily. I like this build the way it is. I think that Waveshaper is really like a really solid effect. I think that the card pool the way it is now, I wouldn't change honestly much at all. I like our top end being around 4 and 5. Hope you hit your cores. That's about it, because that's where you're going to get your 5th mana from, realistically. Font of Life could have given us a burst of health. I agree. There's not much by way time lapse of you might have noticed our land base was really small and our body of water was very small. So I think Font of Life might not have done enough,
Yeah.
right? It's not like
I don't
gaining
think it's
7
worth
life
it here.
from no. I think
Yeah.
Earth has the better heal effects just by way of sights, as well as the what is it, the main healing effect, the 1
Divine.
cost triple. Yeah, that one's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would rather hit that than rely on my body of water. Although the Font of Life does have added utility in healing your minions. Like there is something there. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't know how you guys feel about the deck. Obviously, I was the one piloting it, but yeah, thoughts and feelings on the general deck construction. It more or less did what it wanted to do, I think.
It's a complicated deck. So it's the kind of
Yeah.
thing like if you keep playing it, you'll keep getting better and your win rate will go up because there's a lot of lines here. There's a lot of game actions you could take, a lot of different things you can do on a turn. Water in general tends to be pretty complicated, and so the skill ceiling there is really high. So the more comfortable you are with the deck, the more familiar you are with like your common draws and the common lines you have, the better it will be. And this is a kind of deck that would really benefit from small tweaks to its to the play sets, like the amount of cards you play. Like
Mm-hmm.
maybe you go down in Icelands in the future. Like those small changes can make a big difference in a deck like this. And I think you're definitely onto something. As we saw, like you tapped a lot of my damage down that game. My deck is incredibly fast, and
Yeah.
you made the game go like you gave yourself time to use the pirate ship and to get me to death's door as well, right? Even though my deck is like on paper faster, you bought a lot of time with Waveshaper ability, and the Wind Blast line was really good.
Yeah,
So
Wind
I think
Blast was
there's
kind of
something
core there.
here. Yeah.
I like Wind
So
Blast a lot for this deck. I think it's really good, especially with the ship or anything that's waterbound. Truly, like Wind Blast is going to be fantastic for putting them back where they need to be, but also bunching things up. I think that the Wind Blast at 2 of is probably adequate though. I think we could probably. I don't know. I'll take another gander at it, but I think that the makeup is fine for now. It is lacking mass removal outside of Atlantean Fade. Having to rely on your Waveshaper turn after turn can be damning, though, I gotta say. Um, and obviously, if the grapple shot wasn't in your hand, this would have been a different story. It could have been one of multiple things, but that's probably the most direct line to finish me off. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
yeah,
it's weird. It's like it's hard to evaluate after only 2 games. I gotta say. But
Right.
as it stands, like, I'm happy with the deck composition. I thought the Ruler of Tool was a nice touch to this list. If I ever kept around minions, I think it would have been nice to. Well, we never really saw any of our 2-drops or the lower end of the curve, and they are in there. So having them out would have been nice in tandem with him, and I think it would have changed how I played my turns, obviously. But yeah, with that, I think we're good to close this one out, guys. Hopefully this was invaluable for you guys. Our knowledge on the game. No, hopefully the just the discussion on the general deck composition was helpful for you guys. I think there's a lot of good stuff in this list for you to build your own Waveshaper list, whether it's mono water, right, or leaning into a split. I think the idea here was to make sure that we can get some of our mid-game actions out a little bit earlier with towers and start overpowering our opponent, which we did with the second game here. First game was not an ideal starting hand. We didn't really pull into what we needed. I probably could have mulliganed aggressively a little bit more. We kept a hand that had a turn 3 play, which was really good, but the way the game formed, it was not appropriate to cast set turn 3 play. So I think we would probably aim for a more aggressive hand with this, and that should hopefully give us an opportunity to play out more of our sites and have something set up so that we can play an effective game without having to completely lock ourselves out, mana lock ourselves out. But the Waveshaper's effect, clearly good. I think we can say that much.
Yes, it's good.
That much
And
is
fun too, which is always an added bonus.
Yeah, I enjoyed.
I mean,
I
look
really
at this.
Yeah, well, here, I'll show you.
Look at it.
It was a lot of my mental capacity to play turn after turn, though, I gotta say, because there's so many pain points and mixed feelings on decisions from play to play. And yeah, I think now that I have a little bit more experience with it, I'll definitely be able to pilot it a little bit better next go around. But on that note, guys, I'll let you close this one out. Where can they find On the Play if they want to watch more sorcery goodness?
Yeah, all of our socials are On the Play Co. Our website, most of our content is on our YouTube channel, which I think is linked in the video description here, or title at some point.
Yeah, description and title.
Yeah, we'd really appreciate if you took a look at our stuff. We have some IRL gameplay footage. We have a lot of TTS footage, and we're trying to post pretty regularly. So we take a lot of community feedback. And so, yeah, we just want to share our knowledge about sorcery, the game that we love, and make it an entertaining and fun way. And yeah, we appreciate you having us on. This has been awesome.
Of course, man.
Yeah, thank you for having us. It's an added bonus that I'm a fan of the local game group too. So that was kind of a little internet bucket list item for me.
No, it was fun having you guys on, honestly. And obviously you're more than welcome to come out and we can do more deck builds in the future. Love to get gameplay with you guys in. More of that. I love this game. I think more people should be playing it. So do expect us on Local Game Group to be advocating it into the future. There's so many builds I want to work on. Waveshaper was just one among many that I want to hash out still. There's so much depth to the completely different deck and a completely different play style. And then obviously it comes down to piloting after that. But for any new players, I just recommend sticking with the avatar you enjoy. Getting that experience is probably the most important. And then also just like getting to master that play style. Because again, it really varies from avatar to avatar. But thank you guys so much for coming out for this. I had a ton of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this in the audience. And we'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool. There's always a little bit of a delay, so I'm just have to watch my camera here. Oh my god, the coffee's getting to me, boys.